a world where nothing is certain, only music can help you to find the right way. The way you should follow today. This way will take you to the best genres of music from around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome
just the other night, we had a horrible fight. I admit that I was out of control, but I still love my man with my body and soul. When the road gets rough, you say things you should not say. I never meant to treat my baby that way. I apologize.
Believe me.
Oh, believe me, I do. I apologize. Honest and true. Because I know I was wrong. And so I sing you this song that I'm trying to get through. And make it up to you, yeah. Operator, it was like a bad dream. The Lord, you should have heard the way he shouted and the word I screamed. I regret it, 'cause I was unfair. I took it all out on him, just because he was there. When the road gets rough, you say things you should not say. I never meant to treat my daddy that way. I apologize.
Believe me.
Oh, believe me, I do. I apologize. Honest and true. Because I knew I was wrong. So I sing you this song, and I'm gonna get through you and make it up to you. I apologize for I was unkind, and I wish that I could roll back in time, erase our goodbye, and rewrite my life. But come rain or come shine, I wanna do it right this time. I apologize. Oh, baby, I do. Because I know I was wrong. And so I sing you my song. Yeah. I apologize. Yeah. I apologize. Oh, yes. Because I know I was wrong. And so I sing you this song. And I wanna get, I need to get the root of you, yeah.
Believe me, I do.
Oh, listen, oh, baby. I'm talking to you right now. I'm talking to you.
Damn, son, where'd you find this? Mrs. Jones. We got a thing going on. We both know that it's wrong, but it's much too strong to let it go now. We meet every day at the same cafe, 6:30, and no one knows she'll be there. Holding hands, making all kinds of plans, while the jukebox plays a favorite song. Me and Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones. We got a thing going on. We both know that it's wrong, but it's much too strong to let it go now. We gotta be extra careful that we don't build our hopes up too high, 'cause she's got her own obligations, and so do I. Me and Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones. We got a thing going on. We both know that it's wrong, but it's much too strong to let it go now. Well, it's time for us to believe. It hurts so much inside. Now she'll go her way and I'll go mine. Tomorrow we'll meet the same place, the same time. Me and Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones. Got a thing going on. We gotta be extra careful. We can't afford to build our hopes up too high. I wanna meet and talk with you at the same place, the same cafe, the same time. And we're gonna hold hands like we used to. We're gonna talk it over, talk it over.
It's not that I don't want you here, yeah. It's something about the way you stare into my eyes. I know that I don't make things clear, no. I fall for you every time I try to resist you. We can get away, palm trees, beach views, ordinary day. All I wanna hear is in the visions I replay. Sit right next to you. I try not to show how I feel about you. Think you wish you away, but we don't really want to. I just wanna get away and sit right next to you. I don't wanna kiss you, yeah, I just wanna feel you, feel you. I want you around.
NinjaPhoenix.com.
In a little tent, oh, and just like the river I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. It's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to die. I don't know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. I go to the movie and I go downtown. Somebody keep telling me don't hang around. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. Then I go to my brother and I say, brother, help me please. But he winds up knocking me back down on my knees. Lord, there've been times that I thought I could last for long, but now I think I'm able to carry on. It's been a long time coming, but I know change gonna come. Oh, yes it will.
Exclusively at NinjaPhoenix.com.
En la ciencia.
African American voters are voting at just as high a percentage as Americans.
Trail in this bitch. Tom Don, real American. I'm from here, I ain't come here. Yeah. Say cop on my color, I die for my brothers, but I do not think that these hoes understand. It landed the band when they burned down your channels through niggas and slammers, equality dead. Fuck it, I up, they came back from my virgin, the feather my colors, the crown with the feds. Watch how you classify when you be passing by, calling you black, it's like calling you dead. Y'all came to the land of the free and the home of the brave, but forgot that it's not where you stayed. Start having babies and switching your name around, land on the dies and you taking their place. Don't forget Democrats pushing your city back, casting your vocals, put you in the grave. Rewrite your history, filling with misery, lying, told everyone we was the slaves. Where your ancestors from? What name you took on? What boat did you bitches come on? If you had a sponsorship, you not a Thompson and see, but my people been here all along. Calling us African must be an accident. Claiming you American shit is just wrong. Clarification in case you mistaken. Sit back and remember the words of this song. Obama is not American. Rich McConnell is not American. You crackers is not American. Pan-African is not American. Remember there's two Americans. We the old, not the new Americans. Man, look how they do Americans. Black people, the true Americans. Sorry, not sorry.
Shout out to all the American Aborigines in the building. Aboriginal TVs in the building. The God of the YouTube is in the building. Peace to the God. Top of the morning, balance of the evening. Hope everybody's doing well. It's Grand Rising. We got 49 people in the building. I appreciate if y'all would hit that like button for me. Share the video out for me one time. It's going to be one of them ones. Before we get started, let me give shout outs. Let me give y'all a little indicator that we are about to get the show started. All right, as y'all can see what the title says. I don't even remember what the fuck the title says, to be honest. Let me see what the title says. The Two Americas, the Christian and Muslim war is deeper than you think. Y'all ready for this one? Let me get some shout outs real quick and we'll get it shaking. Shout out to my brother Roger W. What's up, OG? Big Dog Philly OG. What's up, my brother? A Rising Aboriginal Cherokee Toll in the building. Empress Awakening is in the building. Who else we got here? Auntie is in the building. Cherokee told you. Oh, I just got Cherokee. Yanita Ya. Rashad TSL. What's up, gang? Juan Truth. Risa Lopez. Lloyd Hammer or Lauren Hammer. The Lion of Ya. C. Roberts. Tanithia Phillips. General Peace in the building. What's up, gang? Dead D. Bronze Flat Power God. Craig Lloyd. Darius Matthews is in the building. What else we got up here? Pukachu is in the building. Let's see what else we got up in here, gang. Learning and building. What's up, gang? Y'all give me 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back. So yeah, let's talk about the hypothesis I have here. Shout out to Darvis Baylock for sending in a donation, as well as Craig Lloyd for sending in a donation. We appreciate y'all, gang. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Share the video out for me. Share the video out for me one time. All right. So yeah, we've been hearing about in different forms and facets through different historical books or narratives or origins. We've been, shout out Yamaha Gold in the building. We've been hearing about this Islam versus Christianity, right? Islam versus Christianity. We hear about the religious wars, the time where the Christians was conquering, the Muslims was conquering. You know, we hear about all of these things in regards to the Middle Eastern history. but I'm here to just add a different perspective on things. I'm starting to see things from a different light. And so I just want to bring a few of my hypotheses along. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so we have the Civil War. They keep telling us about the Civil War, but shout out to my brothers and sisters in the Lost Confederacy. Ain't no legal document that shows that the Civil War actually took place. What they calling a bunch of different conflicts, they calling it the Civil War. But I'm wondering if they telling us the truth without telling us the truth. I'm wondering if the Civil War was actually between the North and the South, and I ain't talking about goddamn on the Eastern Seaboard. I ain't talking about the colonies and shit. I'm talking about the North and the South. You know, yesterday we was reading and it explained how North America was Canada and North America and even some parts of Mexico, and then you got South America, which is other parts of Mexico, going all the way down into Brazil, Peru, and all the other places down there, right? So you have a natural North and South division in the Americas. Press one. Put some TVs in the chat. Let me make sure that y'all can hear me well. There's already a natural North and South borderline, with Mexico and Central America being the doorway between the two. It would make perfect sense that this is where the place they would come to do trade and barter and exchange goods and services, right? We from the North, y'all from the South. We gonna meet up in fucking Mexico, nigga, where we got all these pyramids, pavilions, palaces, and shit like that. And we were gonna barter and exchange our goods and services there. This is probably why you find a lot of different archaeological things, right? This is a business center, for lack of a better term. That's why you see some of the grand things that you see, but then you hear some of the stories about the people who built these grand things, and they just not adding up. They're not adding up. So we have the North and the South, right? I explain what that is. I'm thinking that the Civil War is actually this war. I think that there hasn't really been too many different wars. I think this all is the same war. It's all the Civil War. It's the North versus the South. Remember, they say the North fought the South to free the slaves. So we're gonna talk about a few things today. See if we can probe some critical thought. Shout out Certified Sachi in the building. Elizabeth Young is in the building. Jeannie C, what's up, man? Lou Era in the building. We got 80 people in the building. I appreciate it. Let's try to get 100 people in the building. Yeah, this is the same war, the Civil War. The South is not the South that we know it to be. And the North is not what we know it to be. So, let's go back into this book a little bit and see what type of things we can gain from it. Let's see where I was. All right. So let's start it. The custom, I think uh, read a little bit of this earlier. The Aborigines of the North are Israelites. This is what it says, y'all. I'm not making this up. The Aborigines of the North are Israelites of the house of Jeroboam, not Jews of the house of Judah. A distinction of all importance, as this page of the subsequent volume will prove. The custom of scalping cannot be said with truth to be original with the northern native. It has, however, been so asserted as proof that they are more modern as a people than this theory would establish. But the declaration melts into the air, into thin air, from the fact that both Herodotus and Polybius mention scalping as being practiced among the most ancient nations of the world. The assertion, therefore, has only brought forward its refutation. Scalping was introduced originally by the ancients for the express purpose of counting and recording the number of the foe slain in battle. And especially was this custom practiced by the Scythians. This is established upon the authority of the accurate Herodotus. For the same reason, this custom is followed by the Aborigines of the North to number the slain of the enemy. Again, Scythia was the ancient name of the country now known by the modern name of Tartary. So they saying Tartary used to be called Scythia. So the customs with both was and the North still is only for a trophy of the dead, and therefore the scalp is never taken from a living enemy. Polybius, however, has a draconian record that upon the occasion of the Giso and the Carthaginians being made prisoners, together with 700 of his soldiers, they were all scalped alive by the rebel mercenaries under Spondinius. These niggas just making up names as they go. The ancients also wore the long scalp locks of the flowing hair to their rude helmets and weapons. Hold on. It says the ancients also wore the long scalp locks as the flowing hair to their rude helmets and weapons. The natives of the North do the same as records of their personal victories. This subject has been dwelt upon in order to prove its great antiquity. Well, it's saying they was having niggas locks on their shit, nigga. Like, yeah, you fuck around and get rolled over by me, nigga. Your lock gonna be on my shit. I'm gonna have half your fucking cranium on my goddamn helmet. Kind of like, y'all know how they do the football helmets? And they put the little stickers on the back. We may here remark that the mutilation of the dead for the purpose of numbering was nearly a general practice among all the ancients. The Scythians the Scythians, it had been shown, took the scalp and the hair lock, but the Assyrian and the Egyptian had another method by the number of ears sent to the king or general. So it's funny how they are utilizing and comparing this history to some of the history in the Bible that you heard of, but they're making correlations with North and South Indians of America. Let's see where we at. It says, the Hebrew therefore followed the customs from the Egyptian, who practiced it previous to David's victory over the Philistines, which was in the year of his marriage 1063 BC, it is therefore probable that a knowledge of this Egyptian custom may have been observed or obtained by the Hebrew during their bondage in that country. The Exodus took place in 1491 BC. The remote antiquity of these repulsive customs are therefore firmly established. Scalping is one of them, and is and ever has been practiced in North America. While upon the subject of war and its worst horrors, Raffine, it may be here mentioned again, and to the eternal honor of the northern Aborigines, and as a stern reproof of the wars of civilization, that they have never known to violate a female captive among their own race, upon the principle that is place shame upon the warrior's glory. This noble manhood has also extended the same mercy to the white female prisoners, as though those of their own color. Is there not the ancient Hebrew even in this? And is not their national abhorrence of interunion with any people but their own traceable in this custom? They also, upon the same principle, will not marry or cohabit with pale-faced race, or with any not of their own blood. We write of the Aborigines as they were, and as of the mass. They may be on the frontiers, some solitary exceptions after their acquaintance with the Anglo-Saxon race, but oftener among the women than the men. This arises not from less virtue than in the opposite sex, but with the shame be it with shame be it written, from the seduction, treachery, and desertion by the European. Most truly might a chieftain reply to a missionary who endeavored to convert a tribe, teach us. And okay, we saw this part. So let's see. It says the marriage of the Virginian Aboriginal Pocahontas was after her baptism in the Christian faith. So what it seems to be, like I said, there's two different cultures going on right now. You got a Islamic culture, and then you have a Hebraic culture. So these are two different races of people, let them tell it, right? These are two different people practicing two different customs, cultures, and traditions. Although they have similarities in between, they're looking for the distinct differences. So now that we know we got two Americas going on, two different traditions, two customs, well, what the fuck happened? What the fuck happened? And how did the Americas ultimately be taken over by the colonizer? My hypothesis is that there was a war going on, the Civil War. Nah, y'all don't get mad. Y'all gotta understand it's a new channel. That everybody don't have a wrench. I can't even see who has a wrench in my channel. Like, I can't even see it until I go out of here and go into YouTube. I can't even see. But yeah, I didn't leave y'all wrench though. Y'all gotta remember it's a new channel. Everybody don't got no wrenches though. Some of y'all just finding this motherfucking channel. All right, let's see if we can get into some more of this shit. Let's see if we can get in this. What else we got for you? Quick, let me take a quick break real quick. We got 91 people in the building. See if I can get my shit together over here. We'll be right back.
Phoenix. These bitches started, I finished. They say that I'm black, bitch, I'm engine. Fuck your Thanksgiving. Shoot at these righteous for Christmas. I ain't got no time for no limits. Bitch, I see murder, I'm there for my niggas. Master the peace with no just times of pictures. Came back for my pyramids, free my Egyptians. Disrespect my cook, they ass in a pot. Someone out set, conjure up, I'm in rhyme. Know that they know they act like they forgot. Bitch, we ain't slaves for the children of Yah. Fuck come together, they think that they better. They took out your cheddar, put rats in your camp. Erase your maps, infiltrate snaps. That's how long they been here, act like they can't count. Run them out the block like Freddie Haynes. Oak Cliff America. Run them out the block like Freddie Haynes. Oak Cliff America. Run them out the block like Freddie Haynes. Oak Cliff America. Run them out the block like Freddie Haynes. Push to the limit, we rip off the fence. If you ain't my brother, then I ain't gon' spend it. Heard they was coming, they sent up defenseless. Ain't nothing personal, bitch, it's just business. The blue bears got shooting habits. Being black is dope, police is super addicts. We get blamed for crimes, can't avoid the lashes. Passing prayers, never make us pass them. They made you black and left you stuck with. No kumbaya, nigga, fuck forgiveness. Don't forget oppression, don't forget the lynching. Still have to pop like the way in prison. So who the fuck want the smoky smoke? Like cigarettes, I open up and throw. Niggas can't be falling for the okie doke. Every time we rise, they try to give us dope. Run them out the block like Freddie Haynes. Oak Cliff America. Run them out the block like Freddie Haynes. Oak Cliff America. Run them out the block like Freddie Haynes. Oak Cliff America. Run them out the block like Freddie Haynes.
All right. So there's two Americas. You got a Muslim side and a Christian side. Is that not where we at in the nigga community? Do we have a Muslim side and a Christian side? Does that make up the vast majority of our people and their religious practices? Half of you niggas was raised Muslim. Half of you niggas was raised Christian. No. Yeah, you see that carbon crowns. They got that. You say Hebrew and Islam together. They say they came from the same mother tongue, the same mother culture. Hmm? You got two sides of the coin. You don't know about that, homegrown. I don't know about that. Well, you know, half of you niggas is Christian, don't you? You got the Nation of Islam. You got the Hebrew Israelites. All right. You got Muhammad. You got Jesus. You got the red and you got the blue. What's up, big dog Philly? Top of the morning, OG.
Grand Rising, brother. Much respect to you and the family. Love and respect to you and the family. Much love and respect to everybody in the crowd. Chat. Damn, it feel good to be Aboriginal around this, John. Much respect, brother. But you, from my understanding, you're on point, brother. I chose the Islamic side back then. You know, now I choose neither one of them. I'm against both of them. But go ahead and tap in, brother. I just wanted to say that you're on point. America was divided by religions.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so you got two sides, and then by having two sides, it ultimately creates a third side, right? Because if you get kicked out of both sides, well, now what side you on? Or if you don't fuck with both sides, well, what side you on? Well, now you on your own side, right? You got the Republicans, you got the Democrats, and then you got the libertarian. What the fuck is they called? What the fuck is them niggas called? The green niggas, right? Um, but yes, I think that this is deeper than what we've been really allowing ourselves to understand and comprehend. Is there a coincidence that a lot of us was raised Christian and a lot of us was raised Muslim? And does that have something to do with this ancient war that we just not really understanding or privy to, because they done hit us with this white man's whitewashed version of history in pertaining to him, right? So think about it. If you hear tales of a great war that took place and you don't have history of having great wars and shit like that, then why not take the greatest parts from the story you heard and then make your own story, right? We got Darvis Blaylock in the building. What's up, Darvis?
Peace, King. Peace, 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 man.
What's up with it, guy?
Man, everything good, man. Everything is good, man. I was tripping on this thing you talk about how it's divided between Christianity and Islam.
Right?
Or both of them stem from this thing they now call Judaism.
Well, that's what they say, right?
Yeah.
That everything comes from Judaism. I'm
Well,
not so
call that then, you know, but I don't know what you mean.
Right. I'm not so sure. I think that we've been given a narrative about some shit. And so because the nigga who told us the story lied, boldface lied to us, we kind of got what's going on, but we don't really understand the vastness and the sophistication and the complexity of the history. We only looking at it from certain angles at certain times because that's how they want us to look at it. They don't want us to focus on shit prior or after. They only want us to focus on certain times, and that's why they only perpetuated in our school systems the fucking civil rights, the Civil War, you see what I'm saying? Everything is civil, which means it's amongst ourselves.
Yeah.
Right?
Domestic. Yeah, I got you.
I'm trying to figure out really, like, for example, you in Goose Creek, right?
Yeah.
Shout out to Goose Creek, man. I ain't been to Goose Creek in a good minute, man. But hold on, let me pull up this picture right quick. So what if I was to tell you that once again the North and the South, that they talking about this war was actually a Christian and Muslim war, and that our home state gives us indicators that they on the Muslim side of the game. You understand what I'm trying to say?
You have to go with that, yeah. Yeah, they were Muslims.
Right?
Yeah.
This is an indication that they on the Muslim side of the game, right? Because what the fuck does that have to do with South Carolina, gang?
That crescent moon, yes, sir.
Yeah.
That crescent moon.
Yeah.
So I mean, so think about it like this: Do South Carolina see more crescent moons than anywhere else on the world or something?
No, we was a Muslim state before we became Christians.
Come on now. Even when you hear back in the 1700s, they was talking about the Moors was there.
Yeah.
Hello. Fucking one of the biggest ports in America. They say they brought most of the slaves through where?
Yeah, through Charleston. And
Huh?
there was another little port right there, a little lower than Charleston, between Charleston and Beaufort. I forgot the name of it. I know what you mean, though.
What are you talking about, though? And these places, now let's think about this. They say that the Moors had an empire, right? This empire, and then they also say the Moors are seafaring people. Put it together. Ports, fucking ocean, civilization, and slaves. God damn it. That's happening in Charleston. That's happening in North Africa. That's happening in several different places. And it seems to be done by this Islamic state. Not just, I'm saying, not South Carolina, but I'm just saying, like, this Islamic empire that some people call Moorish. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes plenty of sense, King.
So how I was looking through the state flags last night, gang, and I was looking for indicators of allegiance to one side or another, right? Of course, this
Yeah.
is the first I found because it's my home state and I know it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Um, and plus we talked about it with Dr. Longo and shit. But there are other indicators and flags that potentially, based off my hypothesis, would show that they have a certain allegiance to a certain side. For example, let me see if I can pull up my let me see if I can get the other flag up. Have you noticed how I think Alabama and Florida state flags, and I think it's a few others actually. Hold on. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can pull this up. Okay. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can get this fucking flag up. Why is it so hard just to have an image of the goddamn flag? These niggas give you everything. They want you to buy the motherfucking flag. I don't need the flag, nigga. I just need the image.
Because they don't want us to see this information, young fella.
I just need the image. I don't need the flag. Hold on.
Grand rising, everybody. Grand rising. Power to the motherfucking people.
Hold on. I got too much shit back here. I can't upload nothing new. So this is Alabama state flag right here, right? It ain't that exclusive, is it?
Yeah, it's the cross.
No, sir. Simple and to the point.
So where do we see this symbol at? Where else do we see the symbol at? What is this? Is this X marks the spot?
X marks the spot, sir. Yes, sir.
So where else have we seen this symbol?
It's everywhere. On the Cuckoo Khan also.
You see the backpack this nigga got on?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same symbol?
All day long.
So we got Aborigines of from somewhere they got the same symbol. Now we got Alabama with the X, right? You know who else got the X on their shit?
Let me ask you a question. Would you say
What's
that's
up?
an X or a cross?
Either way, it could be either or, to be honest, right?
Okay.
You turn a few degrees one way or another, you're gonna get what you're looking for. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
You got to remember, it's Christianity versus Islam.
Exactly.
You ain't gonna find no crosses in Islam, brother.
I agree.
You can look at this X as a knockdown cross. Damn it, if you want, like a obscured or a broken down type of looking cross, laying down look cross. This could be like a symbol. You know how niggas be in gangs and they throw the other gang down and shit. There's a fun, like I don't know, nigga. I'm just
Like a cross broken to the ground,
right,
laying on
like
the ground, tilted. A 45-degree angle cross. I got you.
nigga,
I'm
we
with you,
killing,
brother.
nigga, we cross killers type shit. You know what I'm saying? Uh, no, go ahead, Darvis. What you saying?
No, go ahead, Ken. Go ahead.
I'm trying to get fucking Florida state flag up, gang. They won't let me goddamn download it. Like I don't know what the problem is. I should have did all this shit last night, but I wouldn't be me if I did all this shit last night, nigga. I do this shit on the fly. But it ain't even that. It's just like the images they show and they want a nigga to buy the bitch for $100. Like nigga, I don't want to buy the goddamn image of the flag, gang. Like we Gucci. So this is Alabama flag. Let me delete some shit so I can just load up shit when I need to real quick, y'all. Real quick. Well, we got 100 people in here. Make sure y'all hit that like button, share the video out. So this is Alabama flag. We just seen the flag on the Aboriginal. Now this is Florida flag right here. Ain't that crazy?
Big time crazy, brother. Big time crazy.
This Alabama, this Florida.
That's the same shit.
Yeah. Some say Alabama was Florida though at one time.
Well, if we talking, if that's what I'm saying, these I've been looking through these states, man. These states show their allegiance. All right, so let's go somewhere real quick. Fuck it, let's go somewhere. Let's go there. So on for Islam, right? I told you this is red and blue. This is Bloods and Crips. This is Cowboys and Indians. Okay, it's all the same story that they remixing and reformatting to their convenience and getting niggas to practice the ritual. So can anybody tell me what is the logo for the Dallas Cowboys? Anyone?
Star.
The star, brother.
What kind of star?
They,
5-pointed star.
The 5-pointed star. That
they,
star
my bad.
you see on the goddamn screen is associated with what? The crescent moon, right?
Yes, sir.
Or Islam.
Islam, right? 5-point star. The Bloods, what they bang? 5-point star, right? Now, on the other side, you got Cowboys, you got the Indians, right? Fucking on the other side, what do you have? You have it. You have Hebrew. What kind of star do Hebrew have?
6-1.
What kind of star do Crips bang?
Same thing, isn't it?
You see what I'm saying?
I never really looked at it like that neither.
So peep this. Texas ain't the only state that has a star on their flag. I wonder if the states with the stars on their flag are showing their allegiance to Islam and not even, you know what I'm saying? What else? What else is
Yes,
this?
sir. Yes,
Matter of
sir.
fact, they say the fucking flag got 50 stars on that hoe.
Yeah.
They say that America was the first nation to acknowledge, or was it? Wait, it's the other way. Morocco was the first place to acknowledge America. Which one was it? Which way was it? It was one of those ways, right?
Morocco acknowledged America, the corporation.
Yep,
Mm-hmm.
Morocco.
Mm-hmm. Right. So I'm wondering if it's been right in our face and we not motherfucking paying attention. Guess who has a star in their fucking flag also? And it is kind of, let me see if I can get it pulled up before I have it. Come on, gang. The Moroccan flag. Come on, put this shit together. This is not fucking rocket science, right?
It ain't hard.
It's not hard. Hold on, let me pull up this flag real quick. We cooking with a little bit of grease this Grand Rising. 100. Well, we got 112 people in the building. So let me ask y'all a question, right? I told y'all every flag ain't gonna be just like obvious with it, but I'm looking for symbols, right? I'm looking for clear indicators. What the fuck? Hold on. I'm looking for clear indicators of one side or another. So we said South Carolina show its allegiance to Islam based off its flag, right? Now we making the correlations between the star and Islam, and North Carolina got the star, as you can see, right? So I'm wondering if a lot of these states are showing their allegiance to their side and they still have their allegiance to their side. If that makes sense. When I go through the flags, all flags don't have no crescent moon or no star. Not all of them. Some of them is just basic as shit. Like you seen Alabama's, it was basic as fuck, right? But I'm wondering, are these kind of nuggets? Are they being left breadcrumbs? It's being left for us to be able to pick back up and see that, like I said, there's a more sophisticated understanding of history as we know it. What do y'all think about? What do y'all think about this hypothesis so far?
I like where
I
you're
follow you,
going with
King.
it, brother. Grand Rock.
Okay, so if there's an Islamic empire here, wouldn't that make sense of why you see Islamic building type structures here?
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
But niggas
Domes.
want,
They
but
have the
niggas,
domes.
right? But niggas want to call it Moorish, right? Now, what's the difference between Moorish and Islamic? Are Moors Islamic?
Yes.
I would say no.
Yes, they
Yes
are.
and no. Yes and no.
Yes, they are. I say they
I
are.
I been
I say
holding back.
no.
Yes, I big up, bless up people.
What's
What's
going
up,
on,
now?
King?
All
No,
right.
not that
Grand
shit.
Rock.
Stop waiting.
Yeah. All right. All right. All right. So, um, you have your Masons, right? Your Masons are Moors too. And watch it. Your Masons also go to church on a Sunday. You
Also believe
understand?
in the code. Don't they say you can believe in anything as long as you believe in something?
Exactly.
Remember the other day I tell you the Sunnis and the Shiite Muslims, the only Christian people they recognize is the Mormons as a brotherhood, Christian brotherhood. So the Muslims put down the law, and the Catholic or the Christianity site is the order. So you have the law and the order sharing a collective service under the governing. This is why a Moor is an officer of the court, and who runs the court is the order.
And so, are you saying that Islam and Catholicism is even working hand in hand in the court systems, and you can see it by you having to put your hand on the Bible, and by certain other procedures? We probably could find some similarities between, you know,
I said they
culture.
were two
Yes,
kids
sir.
of the same parents.
Go ahead, Darvis. What you say?
I said they two kids of the same parents.
Or
Later
a
on,
bird
they
with
had a
both
split later on.
wings.
But the
Or a
original
bird with
roots
both
all still
wings.
from the same parents.
Exactly. So I'm wondering, is this is some ancient shit that goes further back than we understand, and that they will allow us to understand because they have reconstructed history. They did all the research about what took place in this ancient place, put it down in a book, and then motherfucking started practicing and acculturating and amalgamating into that history and making it their own. That's what it's seeming like that's taking place right now. Like, because all of the correlations that they make into Islam and fucking Catholicism or Christianity, they talking about this shit in the Americas prior to colonization or as colonization was taking place.
Correct.
So,
Big
But the
facts.
cause
Big
of
facts.
colonization.
so it's
That's
like,
what
did it really happen there or did it happen here? The people who came here as slaves after the fact, after the fallout of the war or whatever the case, they come back and get all the history associated with the shit, and now they're the ones basically practicing and acting like they were the people who went through that. But the actual people who went through that, who had this war, this family feud, this blood versus Crip shit, just think about what that left the nation after the war. It's a civil war, right? It's gonna rip the nation apart, and it's gonna leave a lot of people disenfranchised on one side or the other. But go ahead, y'all got it.
You ever notice? A Masonic temple without windows? You ever seen that?
Yeah.
All right, them will be your bloods, and the gangs are Masons too. They just don't know it. The ones with the windows are the ones with the are Crips. Okay, so even inside of a gang history, there's a story. There's knowledge about gang. Just joining a blue or a red is diabolical for you not to know the information behind it. So you have a King David supposed to have knocked King Hoover off. You understand?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. King who?
David, King David,
Wait,
Hoover.
wait. Do they got? See, the gangs got history too, right? They got a history they gotta know too. And even in their history, I swear to God, if I'm not mistaken, because I do a lot of research and have been doing for a long time. Like they got people like Queen Sheba, which was a person in there fucking. They got King David. They got. Hmm, it's interesting. Go ahead now.
So
All of
all
them
of
got
this,
that cool root studies to them. They all got that in common.
hmm but I try to tell the people once before that the whole aspect of Moors and thing come from this land. You had a Inquisition. The whole Inquisition was the order, which was the Catholic rule or the Catholic Church taking on order of the law, allowing them the Moors or the Muslim or the Muslim um religion or way of life. It really wasn't a religion until Constantine signed the contract with China. That's when it became a actual religion, and it was starting to be a war between the two because it was a separation. So even in Americas, you had the I keep trying to tell the people that the Moors was controlling the ports, was expediting things out of America. I don't know why we can't get this. This is your colonial, your colonies, your Frenchy and the Louisianas and your Dutch out through the islands. We was doing trade with them. It wasn't no man to man trade, slavery trade. It was product trade from eon years ago, from long way back from the Silk Road. We was developing Silk Road. We was producing everything for the world. Still is. You can see it before you right now.
Hey, real
So
quick, what do the fuck? Why is so many countries use the colors red, white, and blue? I might be about to tear my rotator cuff off, so please forgive me for all this reaching I'm about to do. But you got the red, you got the white, and you got the blue, right?
Because they
The
got
red
they
and the blue,
symbolic colors. Go ahead,
we
brother.
are identified as two sides. Now, what separates the red and the blue?
it's the blood. That's the bloodline. The,
Exactly, but what is in between the red and the blue on all of these flags? It's the white.
The white, yes, sir.
The white is what separates the red and the blue.
yeah, they're like a neutral ground. They come
Status.
together.
It's the third party beneficiary, right? When you go and you look in the history, let's say the first treaty, I think it was the Treaty of what was it? Oh God, Tinkara, kill me right now.
I might call it.
The treaty they did with the motherfucking with the Narragansets, I think, and the Pequot. The Pequot. What was that treaty? That shit was like
Yeah,
15
peace
or
and friendship,
16.
wasn't it?
No. I'm thinking it's a treaty. It's a treaty where the two tribes was beefing, right? They was fighting and shit, and then the colonizer came in and talked to both sides and was like, "Look, y'all stop beefing. Y'all bring all y'all issues to us, to the courts and shit, and we'll handle it." And they signed a treaty, and that was like the first treaty where tribes allowed a third party whatever the fuck the word is, into their tribal business. You understand what I'm saying? That's like the first time you see the tribes giving jurisdiction to outsiders.
More like 1812, I think, or something like that, right?
You said what?
1812 or something like that.
It was early, gang. It was the Pequot though. It was the Pequot. I'm gonna get the treaty for y'all right now. Y'all go ahead. I'm gonna get the treaty for y'all.
Oh, yeah. Go in. I listen.
Treaty. What was the fuck is the name of that treaty? It was like they say it's like the first treaty, the Hartford Treaty of 1638. That's what it was. The Hartford Treaty.
Well, wait, 1638. Who was that treaty? What was the third party of that treaty then?
The Mohegans, the Narragansetts, and they say the New England. So the colony, the Massachusetts Bay Colony.
So basically, they were just doing trade with that New England company. Two tribes. That was y'all basically trying to say.
Yeah. Doing trade and recognized. See the name, even what was the name of the tribe?
The Pequot.
Pequot. And the who?
Mashantucket. I don't know. Oh no, the Mohegan. I think it was the Mohegan.
Like Massachusetts, right? But check it. So them people already was incorporated with England as the Pequot in the Massachusetts, whatever them call it.
The Mohegan.
For the fact to even be valid, they have to be identified under a tax-based system. So England was already doing trade with them, and there was a tax behind the trade, either by them or by the shipper, or by someone were paying tax within some type of transport from export to import. You understand? So these people had to take on a name of who you purchasing your things from. It was like a FDA. You have to understand the order. Everything we have today isn't new under the sun. It was just called a different thing. Homeland Security was called something else at a point in time back in the 1600s. You understand? The whole process is still the same. It hasn't changed. It just changed face, changed name. So you don't really recognize it as what it used to be. But the same policy is behind it. The same action is behind it. We're just repeating it. So those Indian, the Pequot and the Mashita, the man had a what you call a contract with them people. Like, you understand? Well, you selling squirrel and I selling rabbit, and we selling it to this man over here. Now this man, see, I ain't coming over hunting your squirrel because you're getting a little extra money. You're getting vexed. You coming over fucking up my trap. We starting war between each other. He can't get no service because there's a war between me and you now. So he come in and into me. Yo, me and you do business. Me and you do business. You and I have a contract. You and I have a contract. So yo, let me fix this. Let me come in between, and we're gonna regulate it like this. You just bring me this, and you just bring me this. You understand?
And that makes sense.
It's our business, man. And you can't get angry. You can't get angry about I come from here or I come from there and get mad because I'm telling you what these names represented. These names are documented. These names are incorporated. You falling up under a structure. I've been saying this for 15 years now. 19 how long I've been saying it. It's a structure.
You have to create your own. If you want to be that man or that top woman, HINC or HIN, wherever WC, wherever the woman's thing
Yeah.
is. You have to create your own and run your own business, your own family, your own history, your own bloodline. You have to start your own because you don't know what them last man go and sign to. You don't know.
You know? And I think everybody who had a farm or had whatever they had to trade, they had business with all these different nations, and they all came over.
Yeah. And the Portuguese, they were afraid to come over here. Not really afraid. They didn't have the freedom like the French and the Dutch and them to come over here hundreds of years prior, because they wasn't part of that the order. They were still part of the they was part of the order. They wasn't part of the the law, by way of more doing trade and business with more. That was the trade. That was the law. You understand? So the French and the Dutch was taking on more of that identity. So you had the Portuguese now going in on a capitalism site, but they was populated with the Moorish Empire. So they had to sneak them terrorists and sneak them documents in and declare them under a discrete type of level to make them move. That's how come they take so long to come over time of 1492 and them thing there. That thing, you already had people over here from other lands already. Frenchy, the Dutch, like I said. That man was over here from like fucking 1,000 on 900 on. Yeah. Do the history. Can't do it all for you. But I like that book you have. That book is a telling book you have there, Ab. For real.
Yo, Ab TV.
Cool out there. What's going on, big man? Right. Certified.
Yeah, we got
Ab.
certified stock in the building. What's up, again?
So I was listening to what you said about the flag, right? Talking about the white line in the middle. Would that be the third right? Like the right that they trying to write themselves in history? That right? Like the red and the blue had rights to some, and the white line just put themselves in the middle to take the rights.
That's what I'm seeing it as, gang. Or that it's almost like there cannot be no red or blue without white.
But but you know they call themselves the third right. Like that was, you know what I'm saying? Like they done called themselves that before.
Yeah, that's
So it's
what
kind of
Hitler
like,
and then was calling themselves, right? And then they say America is like the fourth right.
it's like
It,
like
it,
they
it's like water, though. It's more of a maritime thing, though. But it's in the same of what you're saying. So it's gonna be a putting thing on a maritime. Um, so you have the Democrat and you have the Republican. You have a one state of mind and you have a next state of mind. Now, how you bring the state of minds together, you put them under a maritime statute. You understand? So the white is represented as the waters bringing the two together.
there
No,
you go right there.
no. When what's going on? What's going on? You can be out on your property, way outside of whatever district it is. This was happening right now. Whatever zoning it is for that city. When you have that zoning, if you have one voter that lives next door to you, 5 miles away, or however far away, 50 feet away, 100, 5 acres away, and they vote, they are a voter, registered voter. That zone, what they have registered in that jurisdiction, that whole zone now becomes the zoning property of that area. So it brings out their jurisdiction reach further now. Now you're by how- by mistake or by accident or by you being in
Who flag
displacement.
is that?
Uh,
Who flag is it?
Carolina, I think.
No, that ain't Carolina flag.
Who flagged that?
What y'all think about it?
I didn't see that flag already.
That look like an American flag or some shit.
That's an actual country's flag too. It's a flag from this is the flag of Malaysia. Why the fuck do Malaysia got a flag like this?
Because they part of the corporation.
And knowing what we know and what we've been talking about, like
The red represents Islam. The blue represents Christianity.
And the goal is
The white represent the people that control it.
the goal is in the color of the people. That's in the aspect under that religion. So let me get to the religion thing for you right quick. So everybody,
The gold represents owned by the crown.
it could possibly, yeah. So everyone want to give me fight about me telling them you're a Nubian Ethiopian monk, and you gonna be, your race is gonna be decided by your religious ideology or your own religious aspect. You understand what I see? Everyone has to have one. Even what they call it, the people that don't believe anything. What they call them?
atheists.
Atheists.
Atheists, yeah. Atheist is a religion. That's a religion in itself. So everyone, your race is still to this day. So what I've done my studies on, as in citing as a Ethiopian or Ethiopian monk, I see it as the what you call um the orthodox of Christianity. So it's going to be the creation before it even became a religion. So that gives me authority even over them Christian site. You understand what I say? So I know that they rule or they order under the Christian site, but they rule under the Muslims law, the Muslimic law. You understand? Even as the Shriner, even as a Mason, even as
Sharia
a
law.
yeah, Sharia Islamic
When they go, that mean they report to Great Britain.
Sharia law. So you have to, it's a game that you have to know where it's being played, and you have to know how to be the master of the game. Because they already got you in that grip. So right now, your President Biden, he done surrendered all sovereignty over of America, United States, over to WHO. They throwing this facade in front of the people that that it's on the Senate as a draft, boom boom boom. The president don't need the Senate to make treaties. That's one power he don't need. That's the only power as a president he don't need no authority for. He's already made the treaty. He's already given them a 99-year, the WHO, so they can implement what you call it,
2030.
martial law in the land. They can strip our schools. They can mandatory vaccine. They can pandemic alert. It gives them total control of United States. They sign their sovereignty over to the World Health Organization. Understand what I'm saying? Who's in co-partnership with the World Economic Forum, who's changing over the world one world order thing. So it's one nation that didn't sign with them. Everyone might get upset with me if I mention this nation because it's something you've been fighting this whole time. The nation is Africa. Ghana, a couple of other places didn't sign on to the World Health Organization sign. I think Turkey is the next one. Brazil signed it. Brazil, everyone in Brazil flopped. They done. Europe done sign it. So you have to know what's going on around. He signed it over for America like 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago. And I meant to tell the people in this yesterday, but my mind kind of in and out sometimes. I gone through dramatic drama, but right now, let me jump on something right quick too for the people so I can stop the bickering and thing with each other about certain words. And again, I'm not coming to step on no one beliefs. You can believe what you want to believe. When we're in private, we can call each other what we want to call each other. But the dynamics of being in public, you're dealing in legalese now whenever you're out in public. And your words will and shall be used against you in the court of law. So when you're in public, you're dealing with the court system. You're actually, as far as the court see it, you're a Moor, whether you like it or not, which you are a court officer. You can fight me all day long if you want. So now you can go on and take off other titles like the words Christian or Muslim or I'm gonna come with the word that most famous in the community right now, which is Aboriginal, which is the abstract of original. Some people might say the prefix of ab is this and it, but that's not the word. The word was made in its own definition. So you have to is the taken from the original or from the original of the original from the original. So again, when you're out in public, this word doesn't mean if you know right now you have 4 or 5 million white people over in Africa right now claiming the status and fighting for the claim of status of being Aboriginal of Africa, so they can be part of the resources and things of that sort in nature there. But it's a good idea for the government because the government has it set up as an abstract of the original isn't what everyone thinking from the land. It's the original man. Because remember, we're playing games of charade and what's in fraud and what's in representation of certain titles that's identified under certain definition in their definition under their jurisdiction. Because you haven't created your own jurisdiction, you're still in their jurisdiction. No matter how much you want to fight it, we all know the game. We can talk amongst each other, but doing real work is the only way out. I hope you're catching what I'm saying. So the Aboriginal is the straw man for the original living being. And we can go in a debate. We can talk about it. If you want to talk about it, we can go all around every circle you want to go around. But in law, in legalese now, in public, as you manifesting where you want to manifest for everyone and all to see, you under a different category if you don't have your jurisdiction of your own. If you're not rocking in the jurisdiction of the republic, which you created. But if you're walking in a jurisdiction of a Democrat again, that's that state of mind. Like this man live over by me, five acres away. He votes. No, he just put my territory under his jurisdiction, was is the state of whatever state they claim it at that time, because they just made that zone, and now that zone is part of my area too. So you have to separate yourself from them, and it has to be notified. They have to know about it, because if they don't know who you are or who you claim to be, you you are what you say in public. And I it's hard to fight when people go on beliefs and structure of what they want. Again, we can call whatever we want to call each other in private, because we dealing in private. But once we out in public, there's a different acquire, a different suit, a different avenue you have to travel on, because you don't want to be able to do harm into public, and you don't have yourself covered as in bonded and someone in public. You can sue a ham sandwich. So you don't want to be able to do something in public, right, against someone that takes offense to you, and you don't have yourself covered, because now you go back to being a ward of the state, where the state, oh, you don't have your business affairs in order, and this person coming at you, or the state coming at, or whoever coming at you, and you don't have your thing in order, you're back to our ward, and as our ward, we're gonna do what we want to do to you. Or you claiming to be this? That's our ward. The straw man is our ward, and you haven't relinquished your self duties to your person, or your individual being. So yeah, I don't hold back. Go ahead and teach being gay.
Yeah, I'm here, gang. I'm here. I'm about to get out of here in a second, though. Anybody want to, bring up something, now would be your time, gang. I'm going to drop the link for you. Oh, Darvis in the back. I ain't even know Darvis was in the back. Darvis, I'm sure you was trying to get in.
Yeah. I talked to King yesterday on the phone, man. We were talking about what he was saying just now, and I don't even want to comment on that. Then I mean, but I understand what he's trying to say, though, especially when you start talking about legal jargons and regular jargons we do when we speak in public or in private. So I understand what he mean by that. My father, the the term Aboriginal, I understand with the prefix "ab" mean. I understand that, and so if you apply it like that, if you use it as a noun, I can understand what my man's saying. Well, how accurate that is, I can't speak on it, but it's interesting though.
Where all this language shit too. Create our own.
Yeah,
I can give a fuck about a noun, verb, or adjective.
yeah.
That's
When we
they
speak in the
shit
public though, it means something
to
though.
confuse the people.
Yeah, I know, but when we speaking like we talk about contracts or any business, it makes a lot of difference because we talk about legal English. The way the words used is totally different. A lot of words used different in legal English than it is in regular American heritage. You know what I mean? So we, according to what man says,
Yeah, I
when you use
got
these
you, sir.
terms,
Yes, sir.
sometimes these terms can put you in a jurisdiction. And if you those who like understand the so-called artificial person, those who understand that, it can get a better understanding of what man's saying. Now, as far as how it applies, I'm not a I mean, I don't even want to comment on that. But I understand what man's saying.
My name's certified. I gotta keep it 1,000. What he said make a little sense, because if we the original people, why is we adding anything? We just the original. But I don't know how good it is with the law. But hey, what I was finna say is, when you using that analogy about the Bloods and the Crips, I believe GDs and Vice Lords would be a better analogy, because Vice Lords actually practice Islam.
True that. True that. Doesn't Bloods practice Islam too? Bloods practice Islam too. I knew a couple of
Some
like
of them do, but the
nine.
whole lot no or don't most Crips don't do nothing with the 6-1 star though.
Um, because they really don't know how to worship like the
The
Islamic.
6-1 star more of a GD thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But,
Hey, my brother. I agree with that aspect of atheists being a religion. That's what the atheist is running from. All religions, and that's the
Not,
one thing. Like I always talk about, I
hey,
can't
big
be a
dog
Mason
Philly.
because I don't believe in a higher power or creator,
Hey, OG,
and that's
OG, OG.
what makes all the ones who believe a Mason because they can be a Mason.
Nah,
I'm an
OGC,
atheist. I don't believe in shit
OG,
but
OG,
reality. Go ahead,
OG.
brother.
Hey, nah, OG, what he said is actually real. Me and you don't believe in nothing. Atheist is a whole nother clique.
yeah, it's
I
a
got you.
whole.
I got
Hey, peace. We I
you.
got a
Peace,
quick.
brother.
Well, I want to say that we in an age of knowing and no longer believe, so we gotta let that go. I guess got a question for y'all as well. Would y'all
You
consider?
feel me, big dog?
Yeah.
Big
Would y'all
dog.
consider? Would y'all
Atheist
consider?
is
I'm with you,
another
Hey,
brother.
bro,
I
I'm
got
religion.
you.
talking, bro. I'm talking.
We don't believe in
I
nothing.
got
I'm
you.
talking. I'm talking. Yeah. And would y'all
Yeah, let
consider?
the brother get the mic. You
Would y'all
got it,
consider?
Dewan.
Would y'all consider
We got you, brother.
Montezuma Aboriginal?
Yo,
Again, bro. Again,
I would
bro.
say no.
I'm just asking.
Again,
Would you consider
again,
Montezuma
bro.
Aboriginal?
What's your name? What's your name?
I would say no,
I'm
my
Juwan
brother. This
Muchaka
big dog
Beerfest.
Philly OG. I would say no.
Jawan. Jawan. Is Jawan Aboriginal or is Jawan an original?
I'm original and
You're
Aboriginal,
original.
but I'm
You,
also,
hold
but
on,
more
hold on, hold
importantly,
on,
I'm a
hold
Moor.
on. Hold on. No. The being, the actual
Well,
being,
hold
not
on.
the,
Answer my question first. And I get to you. Would you consider Montezuma Aboriginal? Big Philly dog. OG said no. What about the
I
rest of y'all?
consider I consider it original. Original.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay,
All right.
so
So
again,
the term Aboriginal comes about 1660, right? So we meet up with Montezuma in 1596. It was reported that he had a Moorish fez or Moorish hat. So why wouldn't his hat be called an Aboriginal headdress if we're Aboriginal? And I yield after that.
okay, again,
We not title banging today.
Yeah, but we need that term, the way the context he used it in Aboriginal. I mean, the
That's why.
original would
That's
be the
why I
original hat he
said
had
no, my
on.
brother.
Aboriginal be
yeah,
one just like the hat he had on.
That's
yeah.
exactly why I said no.
But why did they call it a Moorish fez and not an Aboriginal fez?
Because that's
So
what
the
they
wo-
give you that name.
the right,
And it,
the word Morris Fairs would be an Aboriginal explanation of an actual original fez or a Moor wearing a fez. Do you
Right. So
understand what
it's
I'm
Moorish. So leave it at Moorish. There's no
saying?
need to go into anything else. That's my point.
I agree with
Well,
you.
even
All right.
We
yeah,
not title banging today, sir.
say it again.
Peace.
We
I'll
not
holler at y'all.
doing that about these titles today. Let people call themselves what they want to call themselves.
Like I always say, the titles is causing a division. Fuck a title.
Okay,
Yeah, but
so
title equals status though, and you got to be identified with some kind of political status. Now, sometimes we call you title without
You
understanding
have to because you're
the
under the government rule or that religious rule. But take away that religious rule, you don't need no fucking status. Y'all religious
listen.
people
Listen,
need that
King.
status.
And listen,
yeah.
I respect your stance for all the come religion and whatnot. And I mean, but
I'm
you
under my
still have
tribe name.
when you come down to political status as a man, we still got to have some kind of status. Whether you talk about it in politics, within your house, within your neighborhood, we all have a particular status. You know what I mean? Our reputation, you know what I'm saying, provides a particular status for us.
Government status. Like I said, fuck a government status.
Okay, well,
Those
now
that's the
I
status that
understand
keep.
that you better not. You
That's the
qualified it.
status that keep you taxed. Also, sir.
Okay, so how are you going to stop that status? How are you going to stop any government status is the question. You can argue the fact all day, right? But the fact is still remains. So how are you going to come out of being in a taxable situation or a status situation if you don't have the simple discussion without being belligerent and we actually get into the solution? Talking about how we got here and where we at. We trying to talk about how can we get out, and that's the situation. In all honesty, we got to be adults because we do have people watching. We trying to learn things that's not being um, able or had the ability to be up here to ask questions. So instead of us bickering and arguing, let us come up with some real solutions about what's really going on that we know when we step outside
Nobody
our
ain't
house.
bickering and arguing. We building, brother. We were building. Nobody ain't
Okay,
bickering and arguing up here. We're building.
okay. It sounds like arguing when we come out of the realistic sight of once we step out our door, we have to deal with these governing systems. That's in reality. So if we don't come to that grips within a one, we'll never come together on how to get out of the problem. So we have to identify it together. You understand what I'm saying? We can't have
Yes,
one
sir.
thing
I got you.
it doesn't exist. Right, right. So let we deal with the problem. We have a real problem of self-identifying within our community. Once we can identify with each other, maybe we'll be able to respect each other and see each other and move as one. But if we keep one man say it ain't here and one man say he this and one man say he that, we're gonna continue fighting. So how can we get out of this site once we step out our door that we are government issued or government ward? How can we once we step out our door, period, the whole world recognize us as what? How? How can we what can we do? What system can we
I
attack?
wouldn't say the whole world, brother. I would say the location you're in. You know, the world ain't seeing shit unless it's on TV. The people in your area basically will see you. That's all I'm saying. Your local area. If you're in Philly, your people in Philly will see you. If you're in Georgia, your people in Georgia. That's all I'm saying. You have to notify that state because basically the state controls the entities.
All right.
And I'm going to
Now
land right there.
we're on a good path right now. Continue on, big bro. We listening.
Now, I'm cool. I said what I said. I'll tap in a little bit. But basically, we are all wards of the state. The state controls the just about all aspects, like you said, stepping out the door, governing. I choose not to have anyone governing over me, period.
Yeah, but like
But
my
you
man
got
said,
it,
though,
my
we
brother
still
wanted to
got to
say
deal with
something.
it though. It's a system that was put together by our ancestors for a particular reason, and we all have to deal with it. Now we can try to duck it. If you want to go move inside a cave and live up the rest of your days in this cave, if that cave is on your land, then you got the right to do that. But as a people that's mingling out here and doing business, we all have to recognize that there is a particular government, there's a particular law, and it applies to everybody. Now we can say fuck it, or we can learn it. So we can learn how to operate and maneuver within the law. Our ancestors understood how to do that. We can't connect back to what our ancestors did because we don't understand that particular aspect, how to maneuver in law.
You know the
Yeah,
name
they
that they have. You know the real name that they name the people once they arrive there, what they name, what they categorize and actually identify that of the people that they met here on the land already. You really want to know the name of them? They named them barbarians, bro. Then any people that wasn't
yeah.
registered under their under their contractual tribal based name, yes, you could be under your tribe name, bro. I'm not hating that. I'm not fighting that. But it's registered. It's still a title under their control. If they say they want to push the Chinese over on one area of land, it's gonna happen because you already signed a contract and identification of a title for that to happen. You gave them that already. So if you want to go back to being identified as the natural people in this land, be named a barbarian. Then it's better to be named that. At least they gotta know exactly who the fuck you is, the original man from this land. But all the other names is what they created, is what they brought over from England.
But Nadi, that barbarian is also a name they created, brother, to demonize you or to
Exactly.
make you
To take you out of law.
something to hate or entity to hate.
Yes, sir, it did. But you know what it
That's
also did?
basically under that
It
religion
separated.
law. That's why I
It
don't rock
separate.
with
Listen,
religion, brother. That's what
it
religion law
separated.
did.
The
Go ahead, brother.
barbarians separated from all natural sites of being civilized or being under civilization. So it separates that one, even if it's that one want to identify as a barbarian, it separates that one from all laws being subjected up under all of them laws. They can't judge you now. Do you understand? This is legalese. It's always a loophole through. You
Yeah, but
just
it
got
always
to.
has its cons too, though.
It doesn't if you. Okay, so again,
Man is
the
governed
natural
by
man,
God,
the natural
and
man, the
man is
natural
playing
man,
God.
the natural man supposed to have his business in order. Now, if the natural man want to be identified as a barbarian, that's cool. But long as that natural man still can run his estate in its professional fashion, for it can have some dealings with the state. Because the business only do business with businesses. So they create you into a business by any title means necessary. They're gonna create you under a business so they can authorize you. So you either take yourself from being a trustee under that business and place certain things in place of that trustee and make yourself known as the natural barbarian, not subjected to any business rules. Your business is the one that's subjected to business rules, what you control, not you, the man, you, the woman. It's a difference. You have to separate them. Now, I would love to run through here as a barbarian asshole naked running through the line. But when I'm out in public, I have to represent my business because my business is doing conjure with other businesses.
I understand that.
Remember, the state has been ward of everyone. So everything, even a tree outside, is considered a state of commerce. Everything under the state's territory or vision of the state is considered commerce. Period. Every man, woman, child, squirrel. That's why they got regulations and permits for everything because everything is profitable.
It's regulated.
Yeah,
Everything.
to an extent. I agree with that. To an extent.
In order to regulate something, first you must identify it.
Exactly.
Once you identify it, right, then you can put it in your book and put procedures on how to deal with it.
When that man was selling that bath salt, that I forget what they call it, flaca or whatever them call it. They didn't have a regulation on it. So they were getting shipped in by the busload and had people man were making big money off of that thing there until the government put in regulation for one state. One state put in a regulation. Now they start moving to other states where they can get it mailed into them coming from China. You understand? And until that state put it in, then eventually the federal government put in a regulation and label it as a Schedule 1 thing. No, they can regulate it, tax it, and put it in as they want to put it in because they just giving it a title.
Let me ask you a question. What's in this thing they call flocker? What's the basic ingredients?
It's actually spin off of cocaine when they cook up the coke. It's the chemical and thing off of that. Instead of them giving it to the Coca-Cola company them to put it in them soda water, them start making a secondary drug off of it.
Cool. So basically being that coke is one of the basic ingredients. Can you say coke is regulated already to some corporations? Like some corporations don't have the authority to say grow or sell this thing they call cocaine, but some companies do. Some companies do have a license to do this. We can tell because it's used in every hospital.
Every man, woman, and child in America can actually have coke and grow coke. The only thing is you have to go and pay a tax ticket on it. You can go and pay a tax ticket on it prior to you actually having it. They'll give you a sticker for your vehicle and a sticker for your house, tax sticker. And they can't hit you for coke. Only thing they can go and hit you for now is transport. What they call it?
It's violating uniform commercial code.
Trafficking. Yeah, that's why they come out with the law of trafficking now, so they can go around that one. You understand? It's crazy.
Hey, God of the Geechies, what was the title of the stream again, sir? What was the title of the stream, sir? God of the Geechies.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
What was the title of the stream that you did today?
The Christian War, something like that. The two Americas, the Muslim and Christian war, is deeper than you think.
Exactly. I want to get back to that. Because basically that's how they govern us. It's business, because we are the business, but they governing us by religion. And that's why I choose not to stay a part of that shit. Yeah, that business shit it's a big part of it, but that beast shit, that's what they fall. As long as you believe in that religion shit, you are the beast of the land. And that's how they conquer us. And that's what the brother was talking about, the Islamic and the Christianity. I went under the Islamic because I chose not to follow that white man shit. But it's all that white man shit.
But it's
You
not
know what
really
I
that
mean?
white
But
man
basically,
shit.
like you said, it was Moorish temples or Islamic temples here in America. And I'm not for the Islamic side. Fuck both of them. I'm for getting the information out to the people. But basically, they're governing us through religion. They're taxing us through religion. They also taxing us through business, but their main tax is religion. That's why all these temples, masjids, and churches are on the corner. Go ahead, my brother. I just wanted to say that and get back to the topic we were talking about.
I agree with you saying, man. Don't get me wrong. I understand the religious aspect of law, of government, but these things were created by us, our ancestors, and they did it for a reason. Once we plug back into our ancestor and the authentic traditions, we find out the reasons. Now, sometimes we can get aggravated with different movements.
I don't agree with that either. We need to get away from that shit, if you ask
But that's
me.
that's how it is, though. That's how it's set up, though.
My ancestors
We can go on a chessboard and put check
under a
these on there and have
that's
fun.
governing
You won't get
me.
nowhere.
We were governing ourselves before these motherfuckers
Hold
came.
on, though.
It wasn't no government.
We always
Yes,
say
it
our
was.
ancestors. Hold up. We always say our ancestors created this shit, but we also know that some of our ancestors crossed us the fuck out.
Exactly.
So how we know that those ancestors ain't the ones that created this shit that's still whooping our ass today?
But it ain't beating us. We just don't understand it. Our only problem is ignorancy of the fact.
Yeah,
If we
that's
knew
it.
more about the fact, we can play the game, King. It's in our blood. We just so, I don't know, for some reason we just can't get the information or want to absorb the information. But it's there.
Cause I
And everybody
disagree,
can get it.
brother. Our ancestors wasn't letting no system govern over us. We were governing over the system. We
You
were
sure,
the
King?
system. It wasn't no system
Yeah.
governing over us, brother, until
Yes,
they
it
brought
was.
religion in.
It was, and our ancestors created it. If
It
you
was.
really check into history, you realize it was. Whatever you call it. May call
You
whatever
gotta
name may apply
remember.
to
Once
the
they
name,
brought
You gotta remember.
religions
but it was
You
in,
there.
gotta
that's
remember,
when the
bro.
governing started.
You gotta remember. Before 1500, man. I was showing you. You had other people here already. You had a Chinese man here. You had the French man here. You had the Dutch man. We had a governing system way longer before they made this one that you're going through right now. It's the same. It's based off the same system, just change name, change form. That's it. It's the same system, bro.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
disagree though. That's all. I
But it is,
disagree.
though. Listen,
The caveman talk that they give you is the creation of the TP Indian man. They give you that story so you can be confused and um docile about that in the transition of a slave. That's something made up. There was something they just threw in the mix so
Exactly.
they could.
Religion makes you docile. That's what they gave you, brother. That
The
makes you
religion was
docile
already here.
and
The
and and,
religion was already
and
here,
soft.
bro. The
I
religion
don't
just didn't
agree.
come yesterday. The religion been here.
They brought
It's
the religion here
and your ancestors practiced these religions.
by force. They were forced to
No,
get down or lay
no.
down.
no, gang.
Yes,
It wasn't
sir.
forcing nobody. It still ain't forcing you. You got plenty of people around here right now or
Exactly. And I
atheists.
don't practice it. But it's
Who would understand that?
brainwashed into your mentality to believe that it was
But it
always
comes from your
here.
DNA, though. Because no matter how you feel about it now, your ancestors dealt with it. And that's factual, King. The people who got the same name as you, the bloodline you came from, they also
They
practice the
brought
same
these
thing before
religions
the
in
so-called Christian
from other nations. We wasn't practicing them here, brother. I'm gonna say
King.
that
That was
all
here
day.
already.
They brought that shit here.
No, King. That was here already. They used it. They didn't even make it up. They didn't discover it.
I'm
It was
not your
already
king.
here. It already established here.
Anything but other than king. I'm above the king.
Well, listen, listen, we understand words, correct? All right, now I use that particular term as a greeting. I mean, as identified. I don't know your name, King. So I do that. I don't mean no disrespect for calling you a king.
Big
I
dog
meant
Philly
respect it when you
OG,
use that
my
term.
brother. Big dog Philly OG. I don't believe
All
in
right,
that
OG.
king and queen shit. King and queens rule. I ain't trying to rule. I'm governing my motherfucking self. I choose not to be a king. They govern over. They rule fucking people. Fuck kings, queens. They're the
Yeah,
ones
but
taxing people.
cool, Bubba. That's why we talked about earlier for our status. You identify yourself, then I know what to call you. You identify yourself, now I know your name is Philly OG. So Philly OG.
Much respect, brother. Much respect.
Cool. Now, I don't forget what I'm about to say. Go ahead, Bill, man.
Before the 1900s, the mid 1800s, we was running everything. Our face was on everything, bro. So
I totally agree with that. My people was here
hard to,
well before these people came here.
it's hard to say that magically. If you say, okay, let me put it this way: if you say they did this and did that, it's almost coinciding with the narrative of the cowboy and Indian and slave story, bro. It's,
Hey, hey,
you identify it. You identifying with that category if you classify it as they came in here with that bullshit. How did they come
see,
in with that
It
bullshit?
wasn't they, it was us.
hey, I'm gonna say this real quick. Y'all say that religion always been here. I said it's timestamps on when the religions came,
So when was the
I
time
have
step?
those timestamps.
Oh, Ron, what time stamp was like the one you was in Islam? What was the time stamp of Islam? Like when did that start being applied?
Twelve hundred BC.
Well, we know it wasn't before. Well, we know it wasn't before the Bible because Islam is based off the Bible.
Exactly.
No.
It's not necessarily based on the Bible, but I understand what you mean.
No, you don't. It's based off the Bible.
No.
I understand what you mean. I understand what you mean.
Off the Bible.
Documented as putting on paperwork, but the practices was already here though. The practices and the verbiage of it was already in place, bro, before the documentation actually took on forth. That's what I was showing you earlier about the law was through the Moors. The Moors was doing the law. It was either by self order or order by.
That's the ancestors I was talking about that done that bullshit.
What bullshit? Because they was doing trade, so they bought
their European white slaves over here, and that's what we got now. This bullshit.
But that was later on.
They bought their religion over here. They bought it. All them religions y'all talking about. They bought that bullshit over here too.
Brother, the religion ain't the issue. That was there since the beginning of man, since the time of the Bible.
Big
before
facts,
the time of the
Sachi. That's
Quran.
exactly what I said, brother.
These
And
different
religion
things
is the
going on
problem,
before that.
and it is the issue, because that's what got the people divided.
No, because the people was at one.
And
They was always at one when these things y'all call religion. It was all that one. Our ancestors was good. We have the problems. Our ancestors didn't have them problems.
They keep talking about the Moors. Moor is a man of the sea. They was traveling all around the world bringing bullshit back.
Brother, your ancestors were the same thing. And when you look at the term Moor, you got to make sure you're using it in the proper context, King.
A man of the sea? That's all it means. A man that can travel the sea.
Brother, that's not all it means, though. I hear what you're saying. But dig a little deeper inside the dictionary. There's all kinds of definitions for it. All of them nouns. Some of them adjectives, some use the verbs.
When you said they applied to all black people, they was applying to all black people because we were the only men traveling to the sea at that time.
Brother, listen to what I'm saying, right? All right. Before the term Moor was applied to people, but there was other terms. Now, for the timestamp thing, I agree with the timestamp thing. But the basis of what I'm saying is, though, this thing they call religion now.
Hey, brother, John Smith
way before there
created
was
the
Baptist
religion
being called
in
more.
1608. John Smith created the Baptist religion in 1608. Religions ain't that old, brother.
Yeah, but the Baptist is a subgroup of Christianity, though. You get what I mean?
It was never
a subgroup.
Bro, it was never religion until it is actually put in paper print by the Catholic, bro. This is what I'm trying to show you. The site of the spiritual aspect of religion was carried by the Moors so they can contain themselves, maintain themselves as they was making all these long ass ventures, going overseas and doing certain things. That water there is no joke when you're doing travels on it for months and months in. So you have to have a certain sect of discipline about yourself. So this is where the spirituality format come in. And by them having an order amongst themselves, whenever they went and did business on other lands, it had to be with man like them of order. So the people of those certain lands felt that they could take on this site, take on this teaching and embetter themselves, which they did. So they want to come from where they learned, where you learn this from. Where it come from? I done educated myself to your status, or to a status of like of you. I want to reach further now. Well, let me take you over to my ancestors that teach me all of this here. Oh, okay. Well, not knowing the ill intent from the bloodline of that person, that from the generations and generations coming in, mixing with our people, it was going to give them some type of authority to have some claim to the land, and how they have their claim to the land is that they want to divide it and put it into a state status. It's a long process, bro. There's other shit going on that you have to be recognized with and map and see it as the puzzle together, not just throw shit on the wall and hope it stick. You have to do research, and you have to, if you really want to overstanding on of you yourself, if you really want a real truth of who you are, you separate your feelings from everything and do a real intense research on what the fuck you believed in, what the next man believe in. Get an identity of what's going on around you, because the world is not just you. So you have to identify with other things, and sometimes you have to complement, or sometimes you have to allow certain things to take forth this position to be in the position we are in today. We're not in a bad position. You're not. You just don't have shit handed over to you. So what you do? Get up and go take it. Go get it. That's all the ancestors provided for you. Them gave you an opportunity to have any and everything in the world. If a man in China makes something, you can have it. If a man in Europe just created something, you can have it. It gave you the opportunity to be the true gods and goddess of the earth. And why are we fighting that? Why are we fighting? Just learn how to play the game. Play the game. It's just a game. It don't change who you are.
We don't agree with the game. We don't agree with the shit they did, sir. They still selling us out today, sitting on the Congressional Black Caucus, the NAACP, and all these spots.
Brother, you selling
yourself
yourself
the same
out.
people. No, I ain't selling myself out. I know what I'm talking about. I'm watching them do this to our people every day.
Tell them again, Sachi. Tell them again, my brother.
Okay, so again, for my people who will perish for the lack of knowledge, because you don't know how to play the game, you making yourself the trustee in the collateral
I'm
of
not
the
talking
game.
about this part, brother. Brother, I'm not talking
That's
about
the
playing the game.
game.
I'm not talking about business.
That's the game, though. That's the game, bro. That's the game.
I'm not talking. My business been in
Other
order.
people are playing the game for you and implementing laws and statutes for you, not me.
No, bro.
And they're making y'all governing under that shit.
It's for the entity, bro. It's for the entity. Separate yourself from the entity is not on you. You're no longer in slavery. You no longer. They created a system, bro. It's a. All I'm telling you is learn the fucking system where it don't affect you personally. Take yourself from being the collateral of the system, because it was created when you were born, bro. Your parents, your ancestors identified with it and played a part of it. Now it comes to the product that you're part of the system unwillingly, unknowingly, but you know what it is. Nothing right here giving you the truth about it. So it ain't like you don't know. So all you got to do is just take up a couple of hours in 3 days, 4 days, and clear yourself completely for the rest of your life. Clear you and your children for the rest of your life. Clear you and the rest of your heritage that comes off your seed for the rest of your life, for the rest of their life, for the rest of your creation generation. You can clear yourself up from this thing forever and ever if you take the initiative. Now the chance is yours. If your ancestors been fucked up and woo woo woo, here's it now for you to create and correct that mistake that was made. If you feel it to be, create and correct that right now today. You got the opportunity. Just know what it is, bro. Just do it.
And picture this. Imagine your kids coming up in this same system, who have kids in the same system, but never learned the system. They go to you to ask about the system, but you never really studied it. So you ain't nothing you can do them. That makes you obsolete. You ain't no better than your ancestors. To them,
We're gonna complain about it and let it keep happening, or we're gonna change it. That system is for the weak. You're gonna be weak. You're gonna let them make you. You want to lie down. I'm not lying.
You're talking about shit I already done. I already done put
Okay.
in my long form and all that, and I done already done all that. What I'm
Okay.
telling you is,
How, is
we
it in
don't agree with
operation?
no religion, and we watching the same Moors y'all keep talking about selling us out today.
I don't know nothing about that, bro. All I telling you is the religion is for the entity. The religion is for the entity. The religion is not for the one person. And one person has to self-rule himself. It ain't got nothing to do with no religion.
Somebody got to
You
be
take
the slave. If you choose to be,
some
The
you choose.
religion, the religion is for the entity, but it's a real person walking in the church. It's a real person walking in the masjid.
No, that's an entity, bro. That pastor is an entity. He got a title.
Asian,
It's an
Asian,
entity,
put
bro.
something bigger.
When he come out of that church and take off that his suit and tie, he's a man. He's not that entity. He's a husband to his wife.
Asian acting in a capacity.
Come on. You only put that mask on when you want to put that mask on, bro. Because it's an entity. It's an aboriginal.
Again, it is a real person walking in that church. I don't give a damn about this mask y'all saying he put on. It's still a real person walking there. When he leave out, him and his family left out real
Hey,
people.
Sachi. Only reason he put on that mask is because the government told him to.
Tell me this.
Fuck a
Tell me
mask.
this.
I
Tell me
don't
this.
wear
Exactly.
no mask.
Tell me this, big bro. So if you yourself, you as the man, was on the road and you seen a couple of guys um doing some tricks, doing some donuts or something in the Hellcat on the road, you might get a little excited, adrenaline might run through you. You feel a little ecstatic, right? Am I right?
No, sir. No, sir.
Oh, what would you do? If I was in my Hellcat, which I don't have.
I'm gonna keep on handling my business and not worrying about a nigga doing donuts in a Hellcat. I'm gonna
Okay,
continue
okay.
on
All
my
right.
day handling
Good.
my business.
Okay, good. You can feel that way. Good. That's the average melanated man attitude. All right. So now when you go and put on that badge like them five officer, the same melanated entity as the same individual that just did what I just um gave to you. That badge, now you're different. Your attitude is a different entity. It's not you minding your business. It's not you done put on another suit. You still that man, still a man in that suit, but your whole entity change, your whole demeanor and face and character change. When you take off that suit and done killed that man, and now you're not that entity any longer. You're in prison for the murder of this man. You see that you're just a man. You're not, that entity wasn't even real. That entity didn't cover you when you was wearing that badge and gun. It didn't cover you. Now you're suffering the same instance, a same relinquish that'll be given to any other individual man. So what I'm trying to give to you, bro, is you see in your face that the titles people represent and it's not on a real level. It's fictitious. And that title holds some weight up to a certain point. After that certain point, every man, woman, and child is still identified as a man, as a woman, as a child. So now, from that entity, are you separated? Are you truly separated from the entity? Is your bond that you have on this entity covered by the atrocity you did unto the public? If your bond is only a $50,000 bond and you've done $3 million worth of damage, you become that debt because you didn't cover the fetching bond of that entity. So now you're back up under the entity. You're in place of that, seen as that debt now. It's a game, and you have to understand the game so you can be able to cover yourself from the game. You check what I say? It ain't hard. It's not.
I understand exactly what you said, but in that story you just told, the only person that forgot that he was a man was the cop. Everybody else still thought he was a man. His ass went to jail for shooting the police.
Exactly, because the cop was wearing a different entity at the time. But when that cop took that entity off, that entity didn't cover him. He wasn't no longer a cop. He was just a man.
He still was a man when he had his suit on. What I'm trying to get
No,
you
he
to
wasn't.
realize,
No,
he still was a
no,
man
he
when he had his
was
suit on.
not.
The only person who forgot was
No,
him.
bro, he wasn't a man just minding his own business, letting that dude do this donuts in the street like any normal man would do. He wasn't a man. He was an entity. He was
It's called
portraying
a
a cop.
job. Lee,
He,
stop trying to play words. Imagine he
oh,
had a job to do. He was
man.
hired to do a job.
So what do you believe an entity is? A job. When you walk out here as a ward of the state, you have a
He was
job.
hired to he was hired to specifically look for people doing donuts in the street or whatever, whatnot. That's something different. That scenario ain't good. That's all I'm saying.
The
That's
pastor
what
walk
I
up
was
in the
saying
church.
too.
The pastor is hired to walk up in the church and teach that word like he's supposed to teach that word. When he comes out of that church, he's not that pastor, bro. What I'm trying to it
I'm not
leads
talking
back to
about the past. I'm talking about the people walking
that.
in there listening to him. They still people.
I'm
The
talking about the pastor connected to the state who controls the
the
entity.
people that's
They
walking in
all
there listening,
connected,
the
brother.
people
That
that's
that
walking
that that
into the
state
people that the
and that
people that's
religion,
walking.
that state and the education, everything go back to the state, brother. Which state owns your entity?
Okay, so the people that's sitting in the church house watching the pastor come in there are the ones, the weak ones that don't know the rule.
They're the sellouts. They're the ones
They
that's selling us out
they,
today. That's
they
saying
don't
agree with
they,
the system.
they don't know any better, bro. They don't know the game. They don't see the pastor as a man up
That's
there with a
on
stick.
them. That's on them if they, but they're selling the
How
A lot
people
of
out.
time, man, we don't
Those are
really
the
get
people
sold out.
that's
We
running
sell ourselves
America.
out.
That's
We don't know the fucking game.
Yeah, I don't know
And
what
we
he's
act
talking
like we're smart. We don't
no
want to take
them people in
the
them
time to
churches and
read.
those religions that's going with
The
the
sellouts
system that's
are the
going with the
Boule,
government.
the
They're
Freemasons,
the ones that's
those
selling the people
fraternities,
out.
the
Yep, but how can they
churches,
be sellers if they
the
doing good?
Oh
You
pastors,
don't want
yeah,
doing bad.
tell
your
them again, Sachi.
masjid,
Tell them again, my brother.
your Moors. That's the
Oh,
sellouts.
listen, if you think about it now,
You good
the
old
people you call
Christians, you
sellouts,
Catholics, you
your
Baptists.
ancestors, don't forget that.
They
Because they
all
with
the
all
ones
that.
selling us
Your
the fuck out to
grandmoms,
the
your
system.
great
Hey,
grandparents, your
pre-
great great grandparents, they were these people
hey,
y'all talking about.
Yeah.
So who's really the
they
sellout?
sold us the fuck out from ignorance.
No.
They
They
sold us the
understood the
fuck
law.
out
They
from
try to teach
ignorance.
us, but we one of the hard-headed generation that didn't want to listen. The
They didn't
information
try
right
to
there,
teach
but
us
you don't
shit.
want to
Hey,
read it.
brother,
They didn't
all
try
They
to
you
want to
teach
be
us
called
saying,
shit. They
smart.
was going
all you
along with the
saying is
same
submit
bullshit.
to the Bible and
They ain't got
just
nothing to
Message
do.
to
I'm
do
the
talking
your
about
thing.
your
Bible.
ancestors,
Some
King.
shit to say
And when
don't
it come down
question
to you
nothing.
talk about,
Because that's all our ancestors was talking about, submitting to the fucking Bible, man.
but they were
Submitting to
doing good
God.
though.
That's a bunch
But
of
they were doing good though.
hogwash. Those are
Yeah,
the
but they were
ones
doing
that's
good. They
selling
raised
us
us.
out today.
They raised our
Believe
grandparents.
in the state. Let them control
But
you.
they were doing good. They were providing for themselves.
That
They
shit
wasn't. They
didn't
wasn't
work,
living in the state
sir.
we are now.
If that
They were
shit
doing
worked, we
good.
wouldn't be where we at today, sir.
No, it was. The problem is you don't. You were
It
told a lie
worked.
by a
Hold
fucking
on,
liar,
stop.
and we
Your
going with that liar
motherfucking
word.
logic don't even make sense. If that shit worked, all of us was taught that shit. If that shit
We
worked,
were.
we wouldn't be where we was at today.
Yes, you will be because you just don't know.
Nigga, all of us was taught the same thing. Go to church,
No,
read the
it
Bible,
wasn't. It
all
couldn't
that
have
shit.
been. It couldn't have been. It couldn't have been.
You still talking this bullshit. All of us was taught to go to church and read the
Exactly.
Bible.
He talking about we
did
gotta
you have
pray
did you
harder.
have
Look where
We
we at.
gotta be
hey,
And
more
look where we at.
submissive.
hey,
Look
did you
We
where
have
we
gotta be
at.
more
I'm good.
submissive
I
to
don't
hey,
the
know about
state.
y'all boy. I'm
hey,
good.
yo,
In my
did you
I'm
have
good. In my personal, I'm good. I don't have
yo,
no
big
issues. I'm
bro,
not complaining.
big,
The only people
big
complaining is the
brother,
ones that don't know the game.
my big
If you
bro, my
complain, that's
big
a sign of you don't know the game. And you're too
did you
goddamn
guys
lazy to figure out the
did,
You
game.
know what their game
You
is
still
right
talking
now,
about the
brother.
game that
So
I'm
you
not
know
It's
the
our
in.
game.
game.
It ain't their game.
Are
I've
you
been
being a
filled
part
out
of
the long
them playing
form.
that game?
I've been
Because
What
you're
you
not
talking
playing my
playing
about
that
this
game,
game?
citizenship.
brother.
You talking late shit. That's last year shit. We talking
King.
about who's selling us out.
I know, but you
Y'all
sound like
talking
you
about
crying to
playing the
me.
game. We been undid
You
all
sound like
that.
you crying to me. You sound like one of the pit bulls
Tell them
that been in
again,
a fight
Sachi.
and lost that last fight too
You
bad and
sound
don't want
like
to
a
fight
What
no
state
I'm
more.
saying
employee
is
That what
you
sound
trying
like
to.
to
is
me.
you
That's
on
what
here
you
capping
sound
for the
like.
Christians and the
Don't
Muslims
be
and
You
all
arguing.
this
sound like
fake
a
ass
state
religion
employee
that's been
telling
selling
Yeah,
the
us
but
the
I'm
fuck
people to
content.
out.
submit a little bit
I'm
harder.
content.
That's
I'm
what you
Why
content.
sound like.
why are
Submit
we
a little bit
arguing?
harder.
Why are we arguing?
We
I
ain't
thought we were
arguing. Some of
yeah.
us agree with the state and some of us don't. Me and Sachi
Okay.
trying to get our point across about y'all
We,
submitting.
we okay, we hear your point and we you said we submitting, but what are you doing?
I'm doing
Do
what I
you
want to
Lying.
do.
I'm
I'm not
doing me.
submitting. I'm
listen,
going
listen,
against the
no,
system. That's what I'm
okay,
doing.
okay, how are you
All that
going to get
shit my man talking is about basically lining up and taking that poke.
All
Do what they tell you
all
to
he's
do.
talking about is
Be
being a
under
fake
business.
flogging,
Fuck they
mask
business,
wearing
man.
motherfucker.
Hey bro,
Exactly.
do you turn on your light? Do you turn on your
Niggas.
electricity? Do you use a light? Do you flush your toilet in your house? Are you wearing a Hanes or Fruit of Balloons underwear? What I'm trying to get to you, bro, you're playing the system. You're playing in the game. And it automatically ties you to the game. Period. Because you're automatically playing it. You got money in your
We know
pocket. Do
the
you
game that the state is trying to get the people to do. Go line up in that
you
John.
want
I
you
ain't
want
even
to
got
allow
to
me
say
you
no
want to
more.
allow me
I'm not
you want to
part of
allow me
that.
to finish?
They're trying
You
to get
want to
the
allow
people to line up and submit to them. And y'all niggas talk about, yeah, y'all gotta submit. Y'all gotta be better. You gotta learn. You gotta,
Told us that and shit.
hold on, let him
believe.
talk. Let him
All
talk.
that
Let him
bullshit.
talk.
Nah, man.
But you
We
don't get
Let
just
him
no
that
talk.
bullshit.
20 last year shit, like Sati said. We
Okay, I'm
talking
gonna
about
ask
people
you
that's selling
again.
us out.
If you
And the
allow me to
religious
finish.
and the educated niggas is the ones that's selling us out, telling us to keep believing, keep voting. It starts at City Hall and all that bullshit. The same shit they were saying in the 60s. We don't want to hear that shit no more. Y'all got it.
All right, again, you're using the products, you're using the avenues, you're using the resources of all these things you're talking about selling out. As you're using it, you're selling out. So get your panties out your ass and know that you got on panties because you have them on. No matter how
We
you try
don't
to
want to
fight
be
it.
fake. We tired of being fake. We not finna sit on here and
You're
let
the
you
ones
fake
with
tell
the
us to get our
panties in the
motherfucking panties
ass,
out our motherfucking ass.
nigga.
When you talking about being fake, we don't want to be fake with you, sir.
What the
Niggas
fuck you talking
tripping.
about? You don't use lights in your house.
I spend money and buy what the fuck I want, but we don't
So
want to
you're
be fake
not
with you
paying
and
the
put on
system.
1,000 masks and all that shit, man. You
So
talking about
you
being
don't
fake?
have on a
I'm
mask.
listening
You
to
don't
you
have
talking
on
about
a
playing
mask
all these
already.
different characters and roles and shit. I'm not no
Man,
motherfucking fake ass dude. I'm Sachi, the certified Sachi, the
I
same
don't
motherfucker every time you
understand.
see
I
me.
don't understand what you're talking about, my boy. You're on
Biggest
another
niggas
level. You're
that
all over
sound
the
real.
place.
He got his thumbs in his ass.
You want
That's
to
what
play
it
the
is,
game. You
Sachi.
want to play the game, and then you don't want to play the
Salute,
game.
salute, salute.
Here
Take a
goes.
deep breath, man.
Shout
All
out to
fighters,
nigga Smoke Signals in the house. Grand
all
Rising, my
fight,
brother. Power to the
Um,
motherfucking people. Go ahead, Smoke. You got it.
all fighters to your corners, man. Take a breath, man. I'm about to throw the towel in. Look, this is what we got to do, bro. But where my manners at? Shout out to the channel, to the panel, and to the chat, man. Power to the motherfucking people. Check this out, bro. The way you conduct yourselves in the conversation, because we all are probably residing in the comfort of our own homes or at work or in traffic or whatever the case may be, right? I think this is a good place for us to meet and discuss pertinent issues. But what we got to do is we got to exercise a little intellectual honesty, bro. That's all it is. You know, how you quantify that? You base it on something that can absolutely be proven real or factual, right? Then you get into your suppositions and your theories and your explanations thereof, right? Now, when it comes to this religious government, this administrative processes, education, all that, we know they didn't throw some, wrenches, right? They didn't throw some wrenches in the shit. Some of the cards working, some of them just not, bro. You know what I'm saying? And you know what you are as an individual. If you feel like something controls you and you're in a better place because it does, then I'm advising you to stay in that particular place. But if that don't apply to you, it don't apply to you. You can't say that what apply to you apply to everybody else, bro. That's when you being disingenuous, right? Because it only applies to who it applies to. Now see if y'all can work it out from there. I'm gonna land my plane. Salute.
That might be
Y'all
a
got it.
possible.
I'm mute up for about 5 minutes. I'll be
That
back.
might be a possible angle to go after, right?
I'm gonna go
So,
smoke me a blunt. I'll be back.
so what it is the youth man fighting that him said it don't what don't apply to him that applies to me, or what don't apply to me that applies to him. What he see in this world different than what I see. That's where the
Well,
confusion comes.
to be honest, you'll have to ask him that. You know what I'm saying? You'll have to ask him that. I don't know what it is that he see that you don't see, or what it is you see that he don't see. But when you say that he see what you see, and that's just the way it is, then I think you gotta substantiate that claim, right? Because the instant you say that, then you gotta verify that, right? Now, there's certain things that we all see and we can identify, and that's actual. Like we can all see the sun, we can all see the clouds, right? We can all feel the wind. You know what I'm saying? But as far as you saying, oh yeah, the government, yeah, it do control you. And then I say, no, the government don't control you. And then you say, well, you got an ID, don't you? Or you say, you got a social security card, right? Or you say, you filled out that job application. Then, brother, the government controls you. You see what I'm saying? No, that's a blanket statement, because it ain't one government contract that you just can't walk away from, and you ain't got to notify them that you walking away from the motherfucker. All you got to do is walk away from it, which means it really exercise no control over you, right? But if you are satisfied with the benefits and privileges thereof, then what you're actually doing is you're tying yourself into that particular system where you don't have to. But if it works for you, then by all means carry on. But don't say just because that's how you feel about it that applies to everybody. Go ahead, the floor yours.
So if you leave from one job, where are you going to another job?
See, this is where the issue of control comes in at, right? Because if I leave one job, there's nothing compelling me to go to the other job except for that I may want the benefit of the privilege that it comes with. Now, if I choose to reject those benefits and privileges, then who's exercising the control at that point? Is it the government? Is it the state? Is it the Pope? Right? How many breaths are they allowing me to take per minute? How many steps are they allowing me to take per minute? You know what I'm saying? What document do I have to sign, or what application do I have to fill out when I just get ready to sit my tired ass down? Do I have to make a plea to somebody to do so, or do I just do it on my own will and volition? See, all these things got to be quantified. But you are a self-sustaining being, which means you really don't need no help, but help is useful. So then, at that particular point, an agreement has to be reached. Remember that an agreement has to be reached. Y'all are certain that we are under things that we haven't agreed to. No, we're not under anything that we haven't agreed to, because we have no obligation to fulfill an agreement that we haven't reached with anyone. That's just a hard fact, and it is what it is. I'll land right there.
Okay. So if a person living in a city or living in a state, whether you agree to your knowledge or not to your knowledge, you are bounded by a contractual agreement under that state clause, under that jurisdiction. Understand what I say? You bind it by it. Once you identify yourself in that jurisdiction, period. Once you see yourself in that jurisdiction, bro, you're gonna have some issues with survival because the way the district is set up or the jurisdiction is set up, it's a certain maintainability you have to have, if there's such a word. Um, you have to have to deal in that structure, far as educational, could be religion, it could be industrial structure, or it could be manufactured, some type of manufacturing. You're gonna conform yourself within that jurisdiction. If not, they have certain ordinance and codes that they have in place that if you're not part and productive of that jurisdiction, they eradicate you. Whether you like it or not, this is what they have. And this is up under that certain jurisdiction. If you believe by just word of mouth and you don't have any notifications or any type of paperwork, you believe you can just go sleep up under a tree on someone's property that has paperwork and testify to a claim to, it's going to displace you where you don't want to be. So the reality of knowing where I'm at is not where you're from, is where you at. Knowing where I'm at, I have to play the rules of the game to my surroundings for my benefit of survival. If I want to survive, if I don't have the life of thrive in me to survive, yeah, I'm gonna lay down and die. I'm gonna lay down and die. I'm not even gonna try to assist myself in the environment I in at the time. So I'm not seeing the instinct of survival that a human or a man or a woman would carry naturally being implemented in these conversations. And I stop right there.
Well, it seems as if though you were convinced that this fictional construct has more precedence than those things that are natural. Is that the standpoints you're making?
No, not at all.
Then
Standpoint I
what?
make
What?
standpoint I
Then what?
making is that is visual and is in reality, that it is a obstacle before you even identify back to reality, or back to natural sight. You got to come. You're born in the concrete. You have no way out the concrete but through the concrete to get to the jungle. So you have to find a way through the cracks and the crevices of the concrete, because the concrete is not natural. It's man-made, so it has holes in it. So you have to find a way through the concrete to get to the forest. And in reality, you can be in the concrete and look at the forest from the high building all day long, but you still in the concrete. You're still there. And you haven't taken any provisions to get yourself out of the concrete, but just saying, oh, I can see the jungle from here. I'm good. I don't need the jungle. keep bringing me in the resources from the jungle by all means necessary. However you got to bring it. But I'm gonna sit on the top of the building and watch the jungle from afar and eat the resources, but play like I'm not eating off the resources. Nah, that don't add up, bro. And I'm gonna tell everybody around me, oh, you don't have to do nothing to get out the jungle. Stay in the concrete, stay in the concrete with me. You don't have to do nothing but imagine you sitting yourself up here with me in this big building in the middle of the concrete, looking at the jungle. Just imagine it. You're not really touching it for real, but yeah, we just talking about it, but we're not actually trying to get to the jungle. Stop
Well, the
acting like
simple
we have these obstacles. Why are we not acting like we don't have these obstacles, bro?
well the simple fact is everything comes with a responsibility, bro. That's inescapable, right? You're gonna
Right.
have a certain degree. You're gonna have a certain degree of responsibility, no matter which category you find yourself in. Whether you the slave or whether you the slave master, right? Because even the slave master has to tend to the slaves if he wants to continue to function in that capacity. So it's still a symbiotic relationship when you at the end of the day. So yeah, responsibility is inescapable, right? But it all depends. It all depends on perspective, though, right? Am I the slave or the slave master? That's a personal choice. That's a personal choice, and no one can force you to choose either. But you're gonna end up choosing one or the other. Bro. You're gonna end up choosing one or the other, but no one can force you to do so. Matter of fact, no one can force you to do anything. You make decisions based on what you think is best for you. It's not because of a damn contract. It's not because it's not because of a higher power. It's not because of anything that exists outside of you. It's only because you decided what's best for you, and you're gonna continue along that path. Right? There's no secret. There's no secret conspiracy groups getting together, determining whether or not Smoke or Naughty is gonna do a particular thing, because that particular thing would require Smoke or Naughty to agree on it. That's what's true, bro. That's what's true. It don't matter the construct, because like I said, ain't no construct ever been made that a nigga just can't walk away from. Bro, you can walk away from any construct. Niggas escape prison every day. You can walk away from any construct, bro. That's reality.
And that is the difference. One wants to play the game, and one wants to say fuck the game.
I'm saying fuck the game.
So I I might have understood the distance between our cognitive thinking. So the dispute is that you're walking in, you feel that you're walking in the site of the republic. Just going back to the system. I'm not in a personal attack with anyone, so don't take it and keep it professional. The reality of the basis is not what Smoke agreed to or what Naughty agreed to, and what Smoke can walk away from when he choose to walk away from, or what Naughty choose to walk away from, what he choose to walk. It's the conjoining democracy. It's what other people choose, how your destiny comes out to be, what your ending or what your um um um, aggressions to a certain point be. You have no control of that. That's what the argument really is. But you're seeing yourself as a republic venue or venture, when in reality, what's around you again is a democracy ruling. So no matter how you can come out of one situation, the democracy got it fitted where you're gonna end up in another situation, or you're gonna end up in this situation. The way it's constructed, bro, and we can't get around that. We cannot get around that. If you don't go out and hustle up some money, you're not gonna eat in the construct of a city-based society unless you have some free-hearted people in that city. The majority of the people on Skid Row, or the majority of the people living in New York on homeless, doesn't get the amenities to eat on a regular basis as privilege whenever they want. So the overstanding in this situation that they didn't want to play the system, and we see a different result of not playing the system, living in that structure base. So, bro, I just want to be in a reality form upon my brothers and my sister that thinks with the thought of survival. How far are we actually wanting to survive? Is levels to this shit. And if we don't recognize the levels to it, and we try to be absent-minded from the surrounding environment, we can dream for ourselves all day long. But we as a people, I thought, was here to try to help each other and others reach a certain level higher than the one that they're on at that time. Trying to go above in study, trying to go and above in realization of their economic hardship or their economic adventures, sharing things with each other, not always putting each other down and going against each other, but holding in more testimony with each other. So I'm not. It's the information is not being received in its proper way that is being illustrated out from all of us. So I just wish we'd be able to take it as a more respect level, so we can implement this to the world. If we just the starters or something, let we start something where we can force some unity, even though everyone has a different ideology. We can still find some form of of correction within ourselves, where we can have a proper conversation. The people can receive some real um, edification, or of what they might be seeking, or something they might never heard of.
But
Why are
that's
we
what we
always
doing now, brother. We've been building, letting each other talk. I'm gonna give you back the mic, but that's what we doing now. We ain't arguing. I ain't taking none of this shit personal. I don't have
Me
a
either.
personal beef with anybody on this motherfucking panel or in the chat. So that's what we doing now, brother. I cut you off. I apologize, but I just wanted to say we are building, and ain't nobody, trying to downplay anybody. You got the mic, my brother. Much respect.
Yes, sir. Much respect. Respect. So again, it was a certain point that we're dealing with that the brother brought up in the reading today and yesterday. He brought up in the reading on how there are two different types of Americans, and how a structure based end up being implemented that we still see today that's happening. And we can't ignore it, because ignoring it is not going to go anywhere. Participating in it makes it bigger than it needed to be or intended to be. So again, we as a collective should be able to come up with a solution on how to attack this aggressively, again, without ignoring it.
Hey, Nadi, can I say this real quick, and I'm gonna give you right back to Mike, brother.
Go
It's
ahead,
a
go
lot
ahead.
of us that got boots on the ground that's challenging the miseducation. You got a lot of us that's doing the work, putting in the work, going against the system. It's the niggas that want to act like they ain't. But it's people out here with boots on the ground challenging the education system, challenging the Congress, challenging the government. But that's what they don't want people to know. That it's people out here doing the footwork, not just talking about that shit. And I'm going to give you the mic back.
Who are them people?
If it wasn't for you, if you don't know, then I guess it ain't for you to know. No disrespect.
Because there
But see,
is a such thing as public and private.
but see, again, we people that's caught up in, and the people that's in private already in the individual state. We, I thought that again, the objective was to release some sort of um um remedy to the people in public that's lost in public, like you said, the people that's sitting in the church
And a
lost.
lot of us, brother, a lot of that
So
is done in public. It don't
what
have
I'm
to be
saying,
done
so what
over
I'm
the
saying,
internet. We do enough
so
over the internet. It's
what
a
I'm
lot of
saying,
stuff being done private, like the brother said, not on the
again,
internet, but in the
again,
streets,
what I'm
in the
saying is,
cities,
people
in the
doing
small
good
towns.
work.
And I'm gonna give it to you. Go ahead, brother.
If it's people doing good works, why not promote those people so it can give a person a chance that want to allow themselves to do good works and be able to come up out of the public and do some private work and help the public, help more people get freed up. Why is that not being illustrated? I'm sure them people will love to be big up and
Those people be around. If you really tuned in to anything going on around this area with the American Indian Aboriginal
well, that's what I tell
paradigm,
them.
then you know who those people are.
That's what I telling you right now about works. But every time I say something about works, it's going against the works. It's going against the works I telling you. No, I'm asking you, instead of going against my work of what I'm putting on toward work, where's the workers at? Why they're not up here with me and got ones that's going against work being testified on this platform, going against what the man is plainly reading in his book to show you a format. You're not only going against the book, but now you'll go against the person that's explaining how the book is irrelevant
The
today.
people we got working ain't trying to work in the system. They trying to work out of it.
So what am I telling you to work? How am I telling you to work in the system? Tell me that. I'm telling you you have to do
We
it.
trying to
You have to do
separate.
something. So how are you gonna separate, bro? Give us that information. Tell us how you separate.
By forming your tribe under whatever name you and your people is, and then you deal with these people, government to government.
Okay, that's still playing
Yeah,
part of the system.
basically letting
That's
the
the
state
thing.
know who you are and correcting your status. That's an individual thing that has to
And when
be
you
done.
dealing with these
That's all
people,
I've been telling you. So
when
you
you
going
dealing with
against
these people, government to government, you're not under their government. You are a government.
that? Well, right there. So our people just love to fight just to fight because they ain't saying nothing different than what you're saying.
What we telling you is we already passed it. That's what we telling you. That's what we've been telling you the whole time.
Who passed that? You're past that?
Yeah, I am. A lot of people that's over here is.
What? What? Tell me the process there as you went and registered yourself. What all you had to do, bro? Put me up on
I
game.
didn't do it. I was with a group, sir.
Oh, you was with a group.
So
They
what was your
still
status
doing
being?
it? They still doing it. The group still doing it?
The process still going on right now.
I can get in on it.
You got to talk to everybody. You know, everybody got to agree.
Okay, so what's the process? Where do I go from here? I want to get this thing done quick, like ASAP.
First, you need to holler at Sister Betty.
Oh. All respect to Sister Betty. Oh, I didn't know you was under that train, baby. Now I see your opposition. No, I see where your opposition coming from. Good meeting you, big bro. What's your name again?
Certified. I ain't under nobody train. I'm rocking with what I think is right.
No, you just said y'all on a group paperwork certification.
It's different groups though. It ain't no. I'm not under Sister Betty's train. Everybody got their own different tribes, sir.
I was just asking you about your specific thing. You tell me to talk to Betty. I don't want to talk to Betty if it's not dealing with what you're dealing with. I want to deal with your.
I'm telling you to talk to her about starting your own.
No. Oh, I didn't know that's what you said. No, I thought you said you was doing that thing in a group, and it was a group.
We all know each other. I don't really know you, brother. So I'm telling you to talk to her about starting your own with people you know.
So you got to know me to help free me. See, that's the difference. This is what I coming out here right now. I ain't just here talking shit, bro. I'm here to get the people solution.
I just gave you the path to freedom, bro. All you gotta do is get with that sister and get the knowledge, and you get with the brothers that you know to help you.
You tell me to go talk to some woman who don't know me, like you say you don't know me, who gonna tell me the same damn thing I don't know.
This is what she do, bro. I'm sending you to the source of what this is what she do. Give people this information to do that.
Yeah, okay. All right, telling you this is what I've been doing from way before any of them try to come along saying I'm doing something, and some of them paperwork and tactics that them using, them get from me. So what I'm telling you is the solution isn't in.
I'm not riding under that Morris train you trying to run, bro. I'm not no more.
What Morris train? I ain't said nothing about no more. What are you talking about? Where you get that from?
That's what y'all. Yes, you have. You done said it 3-4 times.
What I said. What I said.
Earlier, about an hour, maybe I don't know how long ago it was. Y'all keep on going on about that's the status we supposed to use and all that crap.
No, you didn't hear me say that.
You said it too.
Nah, you didn't hear me say that. You didn't hear me say nothing like that, bro. I tell you that the Masons are Moors and the Shiners are Moors and the system is a Moorish system. You sure? When did you hear that? I don't think you heard that. You must have heard something different.
You an officer of the court because you a Moor, all that?
Yeah, that's what a Moor is. That's what the meaning of it is under that. Yeah, that's what I said. So can you have any kids, mister? If you have any kids.
I got kids.
So did you you get birth certificates for them?
No.
Or you don't have birth certificates for your children?
I got the long form. I got the original copy. I got their birth certificate. I
Right.
I got the original. I don't got the copy.
Okay, but you do have a birth certificate for them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I thought you didn't, but we're gonna go on past that one. So for you to be able to obtain a birth certificate, because that's a court official document, you are aware of that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so for you to possess that document for your children, You are a certified court officer. You
I know
yourself have
that. I
oh,
already know all that.
okay, listen. In the Black Law Dictionary, a court officer is a Moor. So are you fighting me because I said something, or are you fighting the truth of the fact? Because don't put it on me.
Who defined Black
I'm
Law
telling you,
Dictionary though? Who
I just
made
told
that
you.
up?
The man that receives a birth document from the system must be and will be a court officer, federal agent / federal agent. Definition of court officer, more. Don't fight me for being educated on certain facts, my brother. I'm
I
just trying to
understand what you
relate. I'm
saying.
trying to relate
I
certain
understand what you
information
saying on
to
the
you.
variation of words and how they change the definition
Don't,
of
don't,
words, sir.
okay, listen. Okay, all right. So don't
That's
get,
all
don't
it
get,
is a
don't,
variation of words or
right,
how they change the definition of
yeah.
words over the years.
Don't say that I being fake on anything when I'm giving you the
I'm not
definition.
saying that you being fake. I'm saying that
Yeah.
more attached to officer of the court ain't nothing but a variation of words, how they changed words over the years.
No matter what we say it is, bro, it is what it is today. No matter how you and I feel about it in private, what we say about it in private, in public, it is what it is. In identification, it is
That
what it
is not my title, sir.
is. How is it not your title? By you saying it's not your title?
My
What process?
title is Shawnee, sir.
What process you went by to from the tribe? So that's already classified and documented again under their record, under their classification of what it is.
It's on
See,
the way. It's on the way, sir.
it's what I'm okay. I don't think you understand what I say to you, sir.
I understand what you're saying. I'm telling you the process is in process right now.
Shawnee,
In about 2-3 days, I'll be secure. In about 3 days.
And Shawnee, what do more mean in Shawnee? In Shawnee's definition.
I don't know.
It's gonna have to be in conjoining with the courts for them to recognize it. For them to recognize the whole tribe. It's gonna have to be in same implement of the same bylaws and regulations that they put in. Already have established. Because it's not a creation of its own, it's taking on another identity that's already been created under their documentation. So what I'm asking you is, unless you was involved in some kind of court issue and you went and did a motion, and in your motion you did a definition of literature, and you put in your motion certain words, and in your definition of worditry is what it's called. Once you do your motion to the court, I'm giving solutions. So when you do your motion and you put in, it's almost like a glossary or index, a glossary. So when you do your definition of worditry attached with your motion for whatever, discovery, dismissal, whatever, and you use your terminology under your status, that's the only way your word holds some substance of being of a change. Now, I just gave the people a damn A1 jewel. Now, I don't know what other people teaching or what other people is giving any kind of type of solutions on any conversation that's going on. But bro, let we build to find solutions instead of building to tear down. That's all I'm saying. And what I've seen since you two gentlemen is some building. I ain't gonna say there's no building, but a lot of conjoiner and congestion. But no disrespect. I just feel, it's a pull away from the thread or going against the grain for some reason, some odd reason. When you know the game, you yourself is doing the game, but that's not what you're promoting. You're going against. I can just know. I don't have to believe in it, and that ain't how it go. And you know that's not how it go. It's a certain process you have to do
That's
for it to
not what
go.
we saying, man. That is
That's
not
what
what we said at
that's what I
all.
that's what I've taken. That's how I've taken it.
That's not
That's
what we
all I've
saying though. You
been.
can't
That's all I've been.
you can take it how you want to. I have no control of how you take it, but that's not what we saying.
So that's all I've been promoting. But you've been going against that. So tell me, what have you been saying then?
What we are saying is religion and churches, mosques, all these type of things, these fraternities, these masons, all these little cliques and all this is what's got our people in the place we at. We've been following behind this for all these years, and look where we at.
Salute.
I really like. That's the issue. That's our issue. Why our people haven't seen that these institutions and things are tearing us down.
Taking away more, you like. Salute to the panel. Salute
Go
to
the dustiest, brokest neighborhood in the world. I bet you the churches look good over there though.
Peace.
Let's see. Okay, here it is. The courts are illegal courts. So the actual game that's being played is an illegal game.
It's fraud.
It's fraud.
According to what court you talk about?
All of them.
That's literature you reading from where?
Ain't been no court since 1780 something, 1790 something. I know what he going with.
Now,
so y'all saying that? What?
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
That's why they enforce bills and statutes and not laws.
The United States Corporation of America is the only territory that consists of states that are divided. And that's purposefully. That's with intent. Right? It's the only location in the world that consists of states, even amongst its own continent. Right? Let that settle in. Let that marinate. South America does not consist of states. Africa does not consist of states. India does not consist of states. Russia does not consist of states. The corporation has blindsided the original people, the inhabitants of a portion of the continent of America. And the whole purpose for this was to establish a home base for the United Nations, or what we know today as the United Nations. Damn the states, right? Damn the corporation. It was to establish a home base for the United Nations, once called the League of Nations. Legion. The Foreign Legion.
Facts.
That's not accurate. I hate to say it like that. What sources you reading from?
Hold on. So where's the headquarters of the United Nations? Ain't it in New York?
It's one in New York and one in San
King, there's a
Francisco.
bunch of them.
What was the first one though?
New York City.
But it don't really matter because according to what you're saying, that the League of Nations didn't really come about until the early 1900s. There was government set up all over the world before that, King.
That's
All
not
over the
my
world. There was
statement.
empires
Shout
all
out
over
my
the
nigga
world.
Beast Mode in the house. Ramrod.
It
I
came out
didn't
before
make
the
that
League of
statement,
Nations.
King. I did
I
not
He's
make
don't
right.
that
even
statement.
usually agree with Beast Mode. And Beast Mode come through today.
But it's actually behind the Catholic rule because you have the Vatican State, you have the Israel State, you have these states put in different parishes on the earth, different parts of the earth
Right,
is consist of the United States, which
right.
again is
And
and it's
back then they called courts being illegal. I got a question, right? What source are you reading from?
What you mean? What source I'm reading from?
Are you reading it correct?
No. What is there to read?
If you
I
look at the
you said,
WHO
when
and
you said
the global
courts are
world
illegal.
agendas they keep talking about, that makes sense.
What book are you reading from?
No, King, I'm asking you because you read it. That's why I'm asking, and I'm
I didn't
asking
read
what you're talking
anything.
about. Where the source come from?
Within me. You heard my voice.
Okay. All right. Okay. So that's your opinion.
Right. This is the observation.
All right. Cool. All right. All right.
Right.
I got you.
Okay.
he,
So
he
so
he's right. He's right.
It
the
makes
sentence
sense
Right.
of
though.
Some
action.
niggas love to be governed over.
He's
But
right. He's
without being
right.
governed
He's right
over, they don't have
because
no control.
let me tell him why he right one time.
You got it, Natty.
Because the land is still under the land of the republic. I got to understand it's a difference between democracy and republic. And for the sister that was in the thing, if I saying doing paperwork, I'm saying do paperwork for one individual's freedom first before you tie yourself onto a tribe. You won't be able to walk away from even the tribe if you want to so choose at one time. We did have couple individual in the community from Louisiana. I can't recall the name. That was with sister um Copper Empress, and I forget the last name. The brother and sister that was part of the tribe, and as they separated from the tribe, try to get out of the tribe, the woman ended up calling feds on them, and the feds ended up charging them a whole bunch of shit because they came from a thought they can walk away from that oath that they signed that with that tribe. So when I said do paperwork, no, I'm not speaking on the paperwork in general for one individual self. I'm
Right.
versus the tribal paperwork. It's a difference. It's two differences. You're still signing up for a contract. But again, back to what Beast Mode was saying, the law of the republic puts you in that position for you to do your paperwork for yourself, to be your own governing system, your own religious base, your own. Now you can attach your business with other businesses and still be cleared and rectified of any mishaps going on with that per se business. So if your tribe end up getting some property and end up getting a casino, a couple of casinos on the property, and the feds bust in and raid it because it's money laundering some type of way, it ties every person under that contract that gave the permission up under that tribe just as much clearability as the crime. So I'm just trying, and they still up under the government rule, the government spending tree. What I'm trying to give to the people is do your paperwork on yourself first. Be sovereign on the land as a sovereign part of the sovereign land, you yourself, and then the entities follow afterward. Then you can put on different kind of suits. If you want to be a Moor and go to church on Sunday, you can do that. Or be a Muslim 5 days a week and go to church on Sunday, or be a policeman and do all them because they don't obligate you under that per se suit and tie you put on for that event. Yeah, I hold my ground for you.
And salute. And I honestly, I think at the core of it all, I believe both parties are more than likely saying the same thing. It's just in different avenues or different ways, different suggestions. And there's nothing wrong with that. We're supposed to have those different ways, different avenues. Why? Because we have different points of views. We have different viewpoints. In addition to, we got to get out of this monotony of time, right? And trying to line up truth with this imaginary thing called a time frame or a timeline, right? Because if you understand the divisive mechanism, that time frame, you were warned that the enemy comes to change the times, the laws, the names, the locations, right? Even in the books, even in their right, words change, definitions of words change, laws change, right? All the things that you find captivating that's written down in a book are uploaded to a computer or a software, right? It has been changed, right? And it's going to be changed. The moment you feel like you're catching up with the system, they're going to change it again, right? Because the whole purpose or the whole premise is to ensure that you never defeat the system. This is a beast system, and the thing that it feeds off of is your willingness and your participation. Right? Now, going forward, we all celebrate or we all recognize a thing called daylight savings time. They change time right in front of your face. You just never made the observation. You push your clocks up an hour, you push your clocks back an hour once every year. Now, is that not true? Is that felonious information?
They done changed that again, ain't it?
Yes,
Ain't it?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right? You know why they did that? So you would never know what time it was. You don't know the times of the seasons. Right? You don't know that there's a time to plant and there's a time to harvest. Huh? This is real, this is truth.
Then they can hit you with the climate change because you don't know what's going on.
Big facts. Big facts. See, all of these laws are felonious. The whole paradigm, throw that shit away, bro. You don't need it. Right? We talk about DNA, we talk about craniology, we talk about this, that, the other. Okay, so why don't it work for animals? Why you can't tell me where the latest pit bull was born? Huh? Why you can't tell me nothing
So how you,
outside of racism?
what's your site on throwing it away? What's the first step of throwing it away?
Recognize that is false or felonious.
What's the steps though? Like no,
Oh, the steps to get rid of it? I don't know. What you think? What you suggest, Naughty?
I suggest stop spending that money.
There you
Stop
go.
stop stop accessing and putting yourself in that money situation. Because that the dollar itself is a contractual agreement.
Facts.
I would say stop believing in their entities and stop participating in the system, like voting, census, all the
Mm-hmm.
above.
Facts, OG. Facts.
And I
Doesn't
land my motherfucking case.
Right. Right. See, when we do this as a collective, see, everybody' opinion can be valued and validated. Right? We all have suggestions.
Right. Let me get in one time, Beast.
Yeah,
Not
you
to
got it.
just that sounds good, my OG, Philly. In reality, I just explained to you it's a democracy. So even if I don't vote, me myself, you yourself don't vote. If your neighbor
I
feel
already
like
said
they,
my remedy. I went to the state, brother. I don't know what you talking about. I
let
went to
me
the state
finish.
and correct my status.
Right. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. When your neighbor,
Let you finish, but you shouldn't have said my name. I didn't say naughty when I said what I said. I just came in.
I'm going in on
Like I
something you
said,
just
this shit is
spoke.
individual. If you're a family, do it for your family. And you got the mic.
And
Okay,
also
so
respect. We
and
got
then
Sister Soul and the goddesses in the
all
chat.
right,
If you hit the link, just come on up. We would love to hear from y'all as well. Salute.
yeah,
I am
yeah.
here.
Now,
I'm here,
okay, okay.
Beast
Let me
Let
Mode.
get
her
I
this
just said
out.
talk.
in the chat.
Yeah, let me get this out. Let me get this out. That way I can end my sentence now. So if your neighbor votes, that's putting that area in that zone upon a democracy rule. So I don't. It's not just about you again or one individual. We have to come into a collectiveness on how to defeat this beast. Because if one participate and two don't, it automatically, the way they got it set up, is gonna still restrict or rule over three. So let we be more advanced and sharp in our addressing these animals because they're not.
Mhm.
But I rest.
No, that's a good point, Nadi. Very good point. Salute, Sister Soul. You got it.
Man, I want to say something on something you guys said earlier, but I can't remember what it was. But on what he said with the voting thing, right? We have to be in a place to vote for who we select. The thing is, we keep going on this system, but this system is already broken. It's been broken. It's done. They're dissolved since 2021. Everything's been dissolved. It's up to us proper stance in place in order to take over because we are able to take over the governance as far as doing what we need to do to make it right in our particular areas. Each country, which is the so-called state, a being right that you're in. These each country you need to find someone right, and everybody needs to select someone that's indigenous or aboriginal or Indian or whatever you want to call it in your particular area, right? And then people need to start promoting that person. There's nothing wrong with voting, right? It's just a matter of doing it correctly and having the right people. Everybody, let's say I'm in Texas, right? So if everybody that's in Texas within my earshot was to say, hey, yeah, we need to get Sister Soul to start governing the land of Texas, right? I need everybody to come back me. That's how it get done. Somebody that's in Ohio or Georgia, everybody back that person. Say, you know what? We're going to back this person. We're going to start promoting them. We're going to push them on everybody so that they can be the ones that are controlling or ruling this area because we are the governors of the area. We just not taking our places because they have us so confused and thinking like,
Facts.
oh, we don't have the power to do this. Oh, we don't have the rights to do this. Oh, who am I to do this? Shit, more powerful than they fake ass. Let me just say that. So the voting aspect, when you're looking at that, they're coming in and these people are being voted in and they're foreigners. They have no right even to be having these positions half the time. But they get these certificates of participation. They bring in these people, these immigrants, to vote them into spaces. So, you know, when they have the immigrants, they're now a new grant for this particular person, this particular era. So now these people that brought them in, they have backing. Oh, I just brought you into this country. I know you're going to vote for me. And that goes to
Facts.
all these areas. You hear all these people bringing them in and they giving money to this place. So boom, you give $500 million to Ukraine and bring in all these people from Ukraine into the United States. Who the hell they voting for? The person that gave that 500 million, right? So it's just a matter of us being in our proper perspectives and knowing what we're doing, taking a stand and doing what we need to do. And when it comes to the private and the public, certain things that you can't talk about that are totally private, but we all know what the private matter is. So correcting your status, doing what you need to do. If you have enough fortitude, you're going to get you a trust that has something to protect you and your family, so on and so forth. So it's what you're doing. You have to be the one that control and govern your mind state, your mindset to know what's really real and what's true and activate those things and work on those. We have to pull away from these people. Everybody that be complaining and saying and saying that they show become, oh, tomorrow I got to go to work. I got to get up and go to this job. I got to do this. You know what I'm saying? We're funding these people. Every time that someone goes into a corporation, they start working for them. You are funding the foreign corporation to act on their certificate of participation. The paperwork that they filled out to come here and say that they're working for the American and they're working for the building or helping something here. And then they have everybody that is an American come and sign their participation by filling out this application. And when you fill the application out, you give your social security number, you give your name, you sign off it. So now you're saying what? I believe in this corporation. This corporation is now backed by me. Of course it is, shit, because as soon as you sign it, they get an insurance policy on you. As soon as you sign it, they get grants from the Department of Labor. As soon as you sign it, your trust is indentured into this corporation. So you are now funding this corporation. So you're a part of the same shit they're doing. We need to be taking care of operating our own self and staying out of this going on. We keep falling for the same thing. We keep running to their stores, you know. Hey, we don't got no backyard. They got vegetables and fruits in it, or we're farming and taking care of our family like we supposed to. So we dependent on somebody else. So now we got to go to their stores all the time. Now you're funding that manufactured corporation that is not even supposed to be charging you for what? An essential need. All these essential needs are all due to the United States. You're not supposed to even be paying for these things, but because you ain't operating the correct way, they're able to keep abusing you and making you be the person that falls for that nonsense. I want to keep talking, but yeah, I want to say a few more things, but it'll come back. Go ahead.
Mic is open.
I wanna ask anyone. I'm gonna throw a stone and see which dog holler. You know how to legally get away with killing a man?
Wait, say that again, Natty. You kind of
Do any of these smart ass Negroes with all this chatter, like they ain't got to do this and do that? Do they legally know how to kill a man and get away with it completely? Just on chat alone.
Yeah, just destroy. What they call it? Destruction of character or something like that.
Are you asking us? They do it every time they create a birth certificate. As soon as they make a birth certificate, they killed you on paper. You're dead. Now you're dead.
I talking about as we walking around right now, how to take out one's entity. See, the police do it every day, right? And they have a thing called exempt it's exemplary actions or some shit like that, right?
Okay.
Because they bond is enough to cover whatever status of action they provide under the crown.
Okay. Like
So
an insurance claim.
right. Or assurance bond. It's assurance bond.
Insurance bond, yes.
So when they commit something in the state, in the name of the state don't harass their bond. They don't attach themselves to their bond because it was done under current maintenance, right? So I want to ask all these bad, big brain, bad man out here talking all this bad man shit, like them know of all. How are you gonna address if you get in a tangle with even the police and you're carrying yourself as you're talking on this platform? If you do that shit for real, you know what I'm saying? Or any platform, or put in the chat, or however you say you move. If you really move like that and that thing come up on you and you have to discard one of these public officials, how are you gonna get out of that situation? Get the people some.
You let them know, Nadi, that you're private. When you're protected under your trust, right, and you have it on record. You know, a lot of times we think some things, when you're putting it on record, you're just literally making a statement, affidavit of truth or fact of what's going on, right? So when you put it on record that you are protected by your trust, you actually have it documented. You have a fee schedule on file. These people know it. When they accost you or approach you at all, and once they run your name, they're going to see that already. They know not to mess with you. I mean, I can say that for myself. I can give an example of being stopped, right? Real quick on what you're saying. I want to clarify. Being stopped, right? Being told that I ran a stop sign, right? Which I didn't, but either way, I was stopped. I was asked for a driver's license, and I let the officer know I don't use a driver's license. I'm not driving. I'm traveling. I'm handling my personal business, doing what I need to do, and I'm not a driver. and I don't operate under that system. He looked at me like I was crazy, right? Oh, well, can I get your name? I said, I don't have to, but I'll give you my name. I gave my name. He went to his car. He ran my name, and he see, because it came up on the county record, that I have a fee schedule attached to me. And he thought about that, like, well, I don't want to pay no money. Yeah, you don't want to pay it. And ask your retirement. Your ass better mind your damn business. So he came back. Oh, I'm just gonna let you go. Oh, you ain't gotta let me go, because I was already gone. I was already free, baby. You feel me? So I'm just saying, that part right there, I can speak on a personal level, just on what you said, brother. I just want to say that.
My hats off to you, my sister. And I feel happy that one person has been paying attention and doing their due diligence to get themselves in a position where they didn't have no fear of just chat alone.
Right.
A lot of these brothers and sisters come up and give them ideological beliefs, don't actually have no solution and no type of remedy for the people. So I appreciate that, and it shows a lot that you would be the first one to speak out on something like that versus our men. And it's strange how when you go inside of a church and you walk inside of a church and you see the church full up with
Woman, yes.
with women, because them seeking the truth, they're seeking a knowledge, right? And once they find that knowledge, they execute it. They don't play around. Women do not play around. A woman can raise a boy, but from that point, when he comes with a boy, it takes men to raise boys into men. So the boys got to be around more sharpening tools of men and know when to sit down in the background and cool out, and know when men speaking to take on some knowledge and see what a point, because older wiser man can give you a puzzle to think on for you to really grasp what you need to see. He ain't gonna just get directly to the point. He gonna use all kind of variables, and this how you'll see the creation around you. It's all kind of variables around and pieces together that fit together, but you don't know how. You know what I'm saying? But if you take your time and really reason within yourself, you'll start to figure it out. But it's not just given to you. So anything easy given to you, you're not gonna cherish it. So a lot of these brothers and sisters got to learn to humble themselves. You know what I'm saying? And move like move like we want to get somewhere. But I appreciate your testimony, sister. You answered that question good. I love that. I love that. And see how she had to play part. You see how she had to play part of the system. She had to play the game
Right.
to the game to
To
benefit
be in that
her.
position. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
If she didn't play the game, what would have been the outcome of that? Window bust out, drag up out of the car. We
Yeah,
all
that would have
seen
went
that.
south. Yeah.
And if she didn't make her own declaration, and she had been using the white man declaration, they still can do what they want to you. You see how they killed that boy that had his gun permit, um, and shot him down. Yeah, and he was part of their system. So what I'm trying to get the people to see: create your own. Create your own. Now you can't infringe and no kind of mishap on someone else's because you have your own in place.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And you're right too, Nadi. And that's a hard pill to swallow if we're just gonna be honest about the situation. Like, a lot of people are consistently conform to their own thoughts and for their own reasons, right? Because their reasons are justified. They've been burnt a lot of times over, right? They've been lied to a lot of different ways from a lot of different sources, right? So yeah, it's justified, but yes, we do have to try to make room for correction and even if we don't totally 100% agree with it, at least take it in for consideration, because it might be a key that unlocks another door later on down the road. It may not make sense today, but it may make sense next week. You know what I'm saying? So,
And,
yeah,
and I shouldn't
I
have to
get it.
tell a grown ass person to straighten your shit out with the state. If that grown ass person don't
Right.
know or don't believe it, and like I said, I still stand on they're using religion to mind fuck and control the masses, along with everything else we talked about. I choose
Hmm.
not to be mind fucked with no book or no belief system anymore. That's my choice. I rest my case.
Salute to that. Salute to that. Yep. Yep. And see, this is the part that I'm challenging myself going forward in life. Like we should be excited when we hear these answers, right? Because we're not dealing with problems no more. All of it is solution. All of it is remedy. It's just how you apply it. You know what I'm saying? What you putting in your Kool-Aid? You see what I'm saying? What you putting in your water, right? What you putting in your fusion drink, right? What you putting in your smoothie, right? Your taste buds may be a little different from my taste bud, but that's still okay as long as we bring in remedy from the private, right? And then we can also share our victories in the public and give some instruction. I think it's all good. I think we're winning once we stop the
Right.
bickering and the fight. Yes, you got it. My bad.
That's right. I was going to say, no, I'm sorry. That's right. And doing things from your own will, your way, right? The thing is knowing this stuff. I think a lot of times people think they hear stuff and it's like, oh yeah, I know this and this person said this, so they'll get the information. They'll be on it. They'll understand some of this stuff, right? But they're not studying it. You have to study to show yourself approved. Approval is to
Yes,
make sure
ma'am.
that everything is right and in perfect balance, right? So we have to study this stuff. You can hear and understand and understand a lot of these things, right? But if you're not studying it to make sure you understand the law and walking and abiding by that within yourself, is easily for you to be manipulated. That's the problem. Because what happened is we do these paperwork, these people know. And when you're standing on what you're standing on, right, they'll try to change things in the system, just like Beast was saying. They'll upload this or change that, try to make these so-called fake acts and these legalese, and they'll say, oh, well, this law, this says this, and this says this legally, and blah, blah, blah. But see, when you're standing it and you know it, right? Even if they change something, right, and they made this act or they made this statute, when you have the proper standing and the proper knowledge, you can come back and say, well, no, because according to blah, they blah, or this, and that, this is not factual. This is something that was changed, but the original law, which law, when it comes to natural law, that cannot be changed or curbed. They will put
Yes,
an act
ma'am.
or a statute or certain things out there. These are premeditated lies of falsehood. They're theatrics. When you hear these things, that's all theatrics. So they're using a propaganda to make things change in a timeline. But that is all propaganda. It is falsities. So you have to know this stuff so that you're able to stand strong in it. So when they come to you with that nonsense, you can be like, wait a minute, hold on. This is this, and I know this law behind this because I stand in the Constitution. And we're not talking about the ones that's been changed. We're talking about the original one. And I'm standing in the law. I came from my mom's belly and I was born the law, part of the law of this land. I'm a natural spirit, natural born being. Nobody can control this shit.
That's law,
Facts.
supreme law of the
So
land,
you got to
and the
really put
codes
them
and
on
rules,
notice. And you have to have
regulations, and
these
policies
facts
and
in the law.
statutes is not the law.
And like I said earlier, these religious institutions, the state institutions, they all controlled by the system, and people are still uh, basically going with that. They're the enemies. They're my enemies because they're agreeing with the state. I'm not agreeing with the state. I'm not agreeing to no one controlling my mindset or my body. And I'm
Right.
going to
The
land
enemy
there.
of the state. It's the state of mind that they're against. The enemy of the state, right? Who's
Yes,
the enemy
ma'am.
of the state? They are.
Yes,
They are
ma'am.
the enemy of the state of mind, your state of being, your state of where you are mentally, right? Because when you're
Mm-hmm.
feeble minded, brother was reading some out of one of those documents he was reading yesterday on the live, right? And it was talking about, oh, feeble-minded, this, and that, talking about they ass. They're the feeble-minded. We're not feeble-minded. We're born with so much strength and stuff. They try to decapitate that starting from our mama's womb, but it's there. It's born within us. We carry the genes from all of our ancestors, and it's just a matter of the binary coding unlocking and unleashing for us to know and to even come back with information that they may not even know. We're the ones that have the control of this realm. We're the ones are the energy. We are the solar. You know, we just have to know and come to our correct state of being, our correct state of mind, because they are binding your mind. And as long as your mind is binded, you're feeble-minded and you're in a minor state. That's childlike. You know, you have to be in the majority, the majority roots. You know how they always say the majority roots, the major aspect of your life and your standing when it comes to this law. Brother just came back on. I don't know if you want to say something. Peace, Ad TV.
Salute.
Much respect to the
maybe
brother
just jump
God
back
and the
in.
Geechies. Much respect to
Yes.
everybody. Grand Rising. Much respect to everybody. I'm muting up.
And just to add something for content, I know we got a lot of battles and a lot of truth that are you know, making its way to the surface, and then there's also a lot of truth that we're digging up, right? But I wanted to challenge those to find some ancient. Well, it's not really ancient. It's just it's called the Negro Star newspaper. The Negro Star newspaper, right? Began in 1907, 1908. And then we also have one that predates that called the Cherokee Phoenix newspaper, right? Where it actually has articles about the slave purchases that were going down for certain plantations.
Hey, like, share, subscribe, and support the channel. Go ahead, Beast. My bad.
No, you good, OG. So if you get a chance to upload that information or go to a local library and see if they have articles from the 1850s, right? It gives a lot of standpoints from our ancestors' point of view, right? So this is called the Negro Star newspaper and also the Cherokee Phoenix newspaper. When you get opportunity. Salute.
You right, brother. I've actually done a live on those newspaper articles, brother. And the Cherokee Phoenix newspaper even shows how when they came in and they were taking over their places and stuff, they were taking their dowries, all of their stuff, selling it, putting them in these auctions. That's how they started them auctions too.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, they want to talk about putting us up on the top of life. They was taking our stuff, our china, our fine silver, stuff that was that came down from your ancestors. They were taking the shit and selling it off to these damn people. They talk about that in the Cherokee Phoenix paper.
Yes, yes. So you know, just it's a good read. It's a good find. You might even find some of your people, your direct bloodline, your exact lineage, right, spoken about in these papers. You know, so yeah. Damn, it was something else. I forgot. Oh, okay. So back to the topic of discussion for today's show. Sister Soul, the Islam South versus the Christianity or Catholicism North of America. What's your take? You got a take on that?
I really, when I came in the chat, I had missed most of it. I was out, but say that again. You said it was the Islam. What now?
The South, the Islamic South versus.
Hey, Beach, real quick. Basically, he was saying how the Islamic stars or the half crescent moon was on all the state flags. That's what he was talking about earlier.
Yes.
Much respect, my brother Beach. You already know.
Salute.
Thanks, Big Philly. So you know what? That's because it's all part of that trying to do the confirmation of the one world government. It all goes into that pact they Desingularum, which talks about the Islam and there being the one world government, which is like a galactic federation that they form, and they try to say it's like a part of this light Muslim religion and the one world under one God and all this other stuff. So that's under the Pacte Desingularum. If you look at that, it shows that, and it literally is them breaking it down, saying that they have a pact. They have a pact. They have formulated this, and this Islam religion is a head over it, and that's part of it. So that makes sense that it would be on all of the flags.
Okay. So we got what they call the lower 48 states, right? And they're all divided. They all got their own constitution and their own laws. My question is, do they differ in religion? Like you know how during the caucus or during election time they give us polls, registration polls, like for Democrats is leading this county or this, right? Okay, so is that still pertaining to religion? Like they call it the Orthodox Christian.
You say is it still pertaining to it as far as them using that?
Yes, religion for voter status, like the electoral colleges.
Yeah, that's what I don't think I understand what you.
Okay, so
ask me, Beast. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get it. Can you say that a different way?
Okay, so
I hear you, but I don't think I'm getting it. I just want you to say it again.
Yes, ma'am. No worries. No worries. The 48 states, right? Are they divided by religion? Religion. Are they divided?
Well, no, because the religion is all under one religion. Remember, you got to remember that even when you hear like Christian, Baptist, Presbyterian, this, that, literally it's all one religion. It all goes back to the same thing. That's part of that Pacte Desingularum.
Muslim holiday, right? So again, the flags is based on a structure of the incorporation tied in with the common law and the synchronicity of bringing the two together.
Okay. So you ever heard of a term called a Morisco?
Oh, gee, what you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
A Morisco?
you selling you.
Or excuse me, yeah, that's a Catholic Moor or a Christian Moor that believes in baptism.
No, I don't sell nothing. I just personal stash. That's all.
Okay, look. I wonder what's going on. You looking like you showing like, hey, what's good?
Yeah, that's my personal stash, sister. I'm in the real estate, not drugs.
I feel you. All right. Just wondering. You looking packed up over there. All right, I got you.
Yes, ma'am. But, much respect, sister. Much respect. Much love and respect. Go ahead, Beast.
Yes. So, like, we call it Moors, right? And I think that's a misnomer because you got just like in Christianity, you got different sanctions, right? You got the Baptist, the Orthodox, the Pentecostal, the Lutheran, right? The same shit for the Moors. It's the same shit. They got the same amount, if not more, no point intended, right? Of sectors.
Right.
I agree with that too, Ken.
But I think I think that is, Beast, because I think certain sectors have tried to like make a leeway off of them, just like certain gangs, right? In Chicago when I was young, it was certain gangs, right? As I got older, it started being more gangs. And what I noticed was some of those gangs would go off each other, like say maybe they left and didn't like something, and they said we're gonna start our own little pack or whatever.
Right.
So now this gang member came off of this gang member. It's kind of like that. That's the way I see that.
Okay. Roger that. Yeah. I'm thinking because I didn't know, I wasn't aware till here recently that the Moors had more influence in South America. Right? I didn't know this. I was always under the perception that it was the Catholics, but it's not. You got Granada Moors, right? You got the Iberian Peninsula Moors. You got the uh the Moors from Spain, right? It's so many different subsectors or subgroups, if you will, and it seems like they all talking different. They're trying not to be linked together because they're trying to hide their actual description. Did that make sense?
What it is, came the boys left here, went out there doing business in different places and start selling to different people. And they had like a little trade route. Each one of these people in these different lands you name, most of them boys stem from the Americas and went over there, set up their own little thing, like a company over there. Same way the Christians did over here, we were doing that. They took our whole thing and converted it to this Christianity thing. But it was still more so-called Moorish empire. It was a trade system. And sprung all over the world. And most of the stuff we were trading came from the Americas.
But see, this is where the
That's
connection
they
for
the
me.
ones that did the trading. They
Exactly.
the ones that started trading things, right? They went to the other places. They made these pacts with these other areas, being greedy, want to have some control. This is the ego. This will happen when people have these egos. They want to have all this control, and they go over to these different areas and they set things up there for when it comes to this commerce, right? And then they use these people, and they came back with them, and they wanted to be greedy. The people that came from other areas coming here, seeing what was going on, instead of trading fairly, they want to take it all because it was so plentiful and bountiful over here. So the jealousy and the hate, and these Moors that were the ones that wanted to deceive, were the ones that went and helped these people to formulate a government over here. Oh, we have governance. They're self-governing under the tribes over here. So if you come over here, we can set up some type of government, some paperwork to control the commerce, and that's what happened.
Okay. So what about the diaspora that the same linguistics, the same language, right? Right? Because to do business, you gotta sing the same song. You gotta be at least on the same frequency, right?
That's
so
right.
We got a language in Spain called Spanish being spoken, and then we also have a Spanish linguistics in Latin America or South America, and it's the same shit.
Right, because it was all the same. It's all the same thing. Believe it or not, we was speaking in Latin.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
And many other languages.
Yes, it was so many. There was so many. Each tribe. We got to remember too. That's another thing. People be talking about these languages. I got to say this real quick since you said that, Beast. Each tribe, right? They're gonna have. I'm just saying tribe because that's what they reference it. We didn't call whatever. Right. But each tribe, right? Each particular area, they spoke different languages. Like say I might be in Tennessee, right? And then in Tennessee, within all the different parts of that particular country, not state, but that country, right? There are different areas and there are different tribes. They're going to have a different mannerism and different speaking. Even in that one particular country, there were multiple different tribes that spoke different languages. I should pull a book up. Have TV come back real quick. I'm asking to share the screen real quick. I'm gonna pull this book up to show you. They had different languages. So all their languages, right? When they're around each other, some may be kind of blended. You know how like you got a little hood talk, just like we keep changing our languages now. You know, you got a little, you'll say Ebonics or whatever they call it. We everybody had their own language so they can understand each other, and they knew certain things. So when they needed to trade, there was a lot of linguistics that was similar, so they'd be able to understand each other. You know, you got to think of it like that.
Right.
That's what I mean by lingua franca.
So are we looking at this what we gonna call it? Because I call it a felonious colonialism. Right? Before we get to the government of the United States Corporation of America, I call it felonious. Right? I call it being done on paper along trade routes. Because when you go back to the Indian Intercourse Act, right? This is speaking of docks and ports. This is depicting trade routes. This is to move product and production and resources.
Exactly.
These are the trade routes. And then when Nadi had mentioned about the ecclesiastical law from the Catholic side, and then the maritime law with the Moors, right? And then you got the tribunal law. Then you got the damn martial law. Then you got Sharia law. Then you got all this other shit, right? We never repaired ourselves. We
Yeah, but we
never
learned.
did. Yeah, you got it.
Most of these, like, especially like these ecclesiastical laws, these laws like that, you find them in the Bible. A lot of these maritime laws, they were a little different because people had, in order for them to get jurisdiction over you, they had to push you into this jurisdiction they call maritime. So they come with little things, to cause you to fall into that jurisdiction so they can adjudicate whatever matter. And everything is based on taxing and money.
Right. And see, where I have a problem with the money, right? The foreign Federal Reserve note is I got two areas, right? See, on the back of the dollar bill, it said, "In God we trust." So my trust law, there go my trust law right there. Right? Right. That's one. And then two, that ego represents an ego
Because the
on
trust
the quota.
is the ruler, so the trust will be the God over your ordinance.
Right. And then that eagle that's holding those 13 arrows or whatever else is holding, right? That's a direct resemblance to the eagle on the coat of arms of Indonesia. Right? Indonesia, not
also
India.
Right here too, though. It also represents a constellation.
Right.
We fall under.
Right.
It represent the 13 colonies. It also represented the 12 tribes and the lost tribe of Judah.
There you go.
It also represents. It also it was something else 13. The 13 families.
Oh, the bankers, the banker
The
families.
bank. Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
They wasn't always bankers though.
So what the reason why I bring focus in on Indonesia, right? And you'll see both eagles, right? Because we were told
You're right, they were mobs. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, we were told that the Foreign Federal Reserve Bank came out of the Switzerland and over in that region, the Nordics. But this is a lie.
It's in the Caribbean.
Yes.
Them people wrote themselves into history.
Yes.
Those were your ancestors.
Break it down.
The Federal Reserve came when they stole all our gold because the post office was the banks, the original banks. And then when they created the Federal Reserve, that was a way for them to start laundering.
You got it.
You got it. You got it. Government pledged that.
I'm gonna let y'all build. I'm just saying back. I like it. Go ahead. You on it?
Okay. So this was the whole reason Reconstruction or Reconquista, right? This is the changing the name India or Hindustan or Bharat, right? We got to understand that there was multiple reconstruction and renaming of these locations, these various locations, right? Multiple time frames, right?
Exactly.
So
And
yeah, go ahead. You got it. My bad.
I would say, when did the majority of it happen? The 1800s, 1700s.
Yeah.
Right around these wars.
Exactly.
Yeah, we start
That's
calling
when
out the area there.
That's when they replaced. Yep. They replaced Jerusalem. They replaced everything that you know of today. They replaced and put somewhere else to identify with the story that they created of the Bible.
That's right. Taking everything
Make the people from here take it from over there.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, they take all our inheritance, put our inheritance in the damn trust. Nobody came and claimed it.
Now, what I remember, what I recall in certain Bibles that I used to possess, right? Like the Septuagint, the Geneva, the Wycliffe, right? A lot of the what we call today in today's Bible, the Old Testament, it reflected the Americas, history that was taking place in the Americas. The so-called New Testament, that's the part that represents the commerce, the trade. You understand what I'm saying?
Per se.
The new
Yes,
world.
sir.
As they say,
Yes, ma'am.
The introduction of the democracy.
Yes, there you go. Yes, that's a better way to sum it up.
It wasn't democracy because the Romans didn't deal with democracy.
Right.
Not
And,
during
and
that
here's another play that they played on us. The whole Africa stuff. Now I'm still in research, so I'm not making this okay. Negro land, that belonged to America. That was a trade route from the Americas to the islands to Africa. Right? The people from the islands used to go do the commerce with what we call today Africans. Africans is a new term which we all know, right? But the Africans, that Negro land, that river that goes all the way to Ethiopia, right? That's how we were feeding Africa. So we didn't really have a problem with the Africans. We had a problem with the people that looked like the Africans, that enslaved the Africans, right? Called the Negropeans and the Indonesians, right? The Francos, the Franks, right? If you pull it up on MapQuest, right? You'll type in this name, type in Frank or France, Indo-China. Type in France, Indo-China, right? It's going to come up on your MapQuest, right? This is the conquering of Indonesia from the Francos, right? This is what we would call the first colonizations of a people, right? Also including Australia and also including Northern Africa, right?
Yeah, but I wouldn't say it's the first one, but I know what you mean though.
Yeah.
Yeah, people been colonized since biblical days.
The Philippines, believe it or not, the Philippines are Negroes to us. Like we're considered Negroes, they're considered Negroes too, right? They're part of the Americas, right? Japan was a part of the Americas, the upper part where Hiroshima and Nagasaki was, right? That part belonged to Russia. That part of the island of Japan belonged to Russia.
You say Russia, you mean the Soviets or you mean that country Russia?
Yeah, the Soviets. Yeah, the Soviet Union. Russo. There it is.
So beast mode, to throw some in there. Is it fair to say it's the battle of the hemispheres?
There you go. It's the battle of the continents, because we got to understand a continent. The true definition of a continent means continuous land or large land surrounded by water that connects to another continent. It has to be a continuance. They don't want you to know that this whole world is a super continent. This is the lie. This is the lie that they're trying to suppress to the people. They want you to think that there's 7 continents or 8 continents or some shit. No, all this shit is connected.
All been connected, and them moving certain places by flooding in the waters so that certain places will be drowned out.
Yes.
So this is how they make you think that these things are different. So when they create these new continents, they can say, oh, these people are from here. These people are from there, when they're all the same race. They're all the same people, the same race. They put different names on them, just like they create the continent.
Match your question.
They create the names. They create the names by what? Creating these titles to make them entitled. It puts them in being entitled to a particular area. Go ahead, brother.
Yes, ma'am.
Match your question, sister. Would you say that these people that we call them the they right now got this knowledge from our ancestors?
What do you mean?
No.
The ones that have taken the knowledge? Is that what you asked?
Yes.
Have they taken?
Yeah. Would you say that came from our ancestors? Or a version of it?
Yeah, all the information and things that they took, they stole from our ancestors when they came here. Most of the things that they tried to take when they reconstructed and took things over.
You said something earlier.
They
when you
changed
talk
these
about
things, right, and act like they rebuilt them, but they were already here. They were already constructed.
Yes.
cool.
I'm sorry, say that
Earlier
again.
you said
I got
something
a
about
delay.
greed. Earlier you said something about greed, and that really in this particular context, right? I feel though when we start going over these different places, colonizing these different places. I'm not going to put a particular name. I would say the don't name the blanket term of we call the Americas now. Our ancestors start going over these places like Hindustan and Asia and Africa, Europe, all over the different continents. They call continents now, colonizing, doing trade. These people that come from here, would you say their greed caused them to go to war with each other?
Yes, they're the main reason. Their greed.
So our people basically say our
Trying
people
to have
are from here,
control,
went
trying
over
the
there.
ego, someone trying to be in
Yeah.
control.
And so our people basically went over there and started mastering law, manipulating people or whatever, and start going to war amongst each other in foreign lands. Would you say that?
Well, Darvish, take this
I'm
in
listening.
consideration for a
I'm
moment.
listening.
Versus the colonization or conquering of other
Yeah,
lands.
King, you start that though. That's something we've been doing. We colonized them.
Well,
we went to war with each other and they took over. They ain't took over us.
I want to give you
The colonization thing been going on since the beginning of time.
Right. I
Oh,
just
my
want to
bad. Go
give you a
ahead.
different. I just want to give you a different perception, right? A different nomus, right? Right. Because that one sounds good, but I just want to see if you can look at it from a different angle. What about the art of seduction? What about versus taking something from somebody? What about having them sell it in exchange for service?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
They
Well,
were
that's what
doing
we doing.
What about
He's
intoxication?
saying the same thing you saying, Beast.
Yeah.
That's what they
Yeah,
were
I
doing, and
agree
it
with
was a matter of greed, having the control to be
Yeah, remember
able to
now,
do
all
these
these
things, and
most of the
someone
stuff
wanted to be
I
the
know.
controller of it. So going over there,
Yeah.
making these plots and plans with these people to be able to come back here and do it.
Mm-hmm.
So war, they start going to war amongst each other over there, which drug us into it. Remember now, it's the heart of everything. Most of the things they selling over there coming from the Americas. So when they went to war with each other over there, over whatever reason, now some say religion, some say over trade or whatnot. But the fact is we do know they went to war with each other over there. They started having kids over there, and the kids started having kids, and they were aristocrats. They were selling everything. They were rich in those lands. So they had control over a lot of things. A lot of the inquisitions was put out to try to get them out, these people out of their lands.
Yeah.
Same way we did the so-called Mexicans.
Nah, but if you really go deep too, besides the poor people, it was family rivalries plotting on other kings and other lords. Shit get
Exactly,
deep.
And all these people though, all those aristocrats stem from here. Their bloodline stem from here. And we went to war with each other over greed. Instead, started getting kicked out of these countries and coming back home and bring the same mentality.
Now,
like
now
you
let
said
me give,
earlier.
let me
And
give
now
you
you start doing the same thing here in the homeland. So now we at odds with each other.
let me give you a persona of this trade route, right? Of Negro land in Africa, right? So this is a carved out territory where only Americans can travel along this river, right? Called the Nigger River, right? The Bourne River, right? Now, the Europeans are gonna feel some type of way. The Spanish in Morocco, they're gonna feel some type of way, right? That we cutting into their revenue, into their business. Because see, when Latin America or Mexico America is trading with Spain, right? They're in return, they're trading with the African people, but they're charging them 10 times fold.
You understand that?
Right? Right.
But that was a law, that
So-
was a rule though, because you stepping on somebody else's toe.
Right. But they can't get in there. They can't beat us like that. They can't just come and take the river because the people are actually preventing them from coming to do exchange along this river. With the Nagas, with the niggas.
Yeah.
Right? what I see
Same way
from
you would
that
be
point,
with your plug, man.
huh?
Same way you would be with your plug.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So what I see occurring from this angle, right? Because we got to understand, Europe is a new term, right? All of those places that are within Europe as a description, like we forget Greco or excuse me, Franco Gecko Romania, right? This is a seduction. This is the art of the orgy. This is
Yeah.
this is gladiator school to find out who you gonna procreate with. This is eunuchs. This is
Oh,
homosexuality. This is, yeah, you got it. My bad.
This was
no, I was
Americans
saying,
came over to colonize them
Part of
people.
setting up all the theatrics.
Yes, theatrics,
Just like
theater.
with Africa,
Yes.
right? It wasn't Africa. It was Ethiopia, right? Because
Yes,
they
ma'am.
couldn't have discovered Africa until the dude Leo Africanus came, and that was the 1500s. And then it
Right.
was known as Africa. He came up. He was an Islamic scholar that was traveling
Okay.
and doing just what we were talking about, doing certain commercial diplomatic missions all through North
Right.
Africa. So this is how they named that Africa after him, because he was one of the ones that did the majority of starting the with that colonizing. He even
So would you
they
say
even
he was
said
a
he
Moor?
probably went to Timbuktu, which is of course we know is Mali, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, no, he was Islamic. He was Islamic.
Yeah, a Moor.
Leo Africanus. Yes, he was
Yeah,
Islamic.
Islamic Moor.
Remember I was talking
Yeah.
earlier about that
Yes.
Pact de Singulaire. Yep, all of that is going under that governance, which is all the Holy See, SEECC.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This should be so.
And then another part of history, right? They told you the so-called Roman Empire, it flip-flopped on itself, right? It crashed amongst itself. But there's another part of history that told you that they were defeated by the Ethiopians and Haile Selassie and his wife.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That made Haile Selassie the what? The great emperor or whatever the fuck you want to call that there with the Rastafari. Right?
But who were they though?
Mm-hmm.
They are what we would call the real Hebrew.
Cool. Where they from?
They're from everywhere. They from Negro land. They're from
the Americas.
Yeah,
From
in
the Americas.
No, wait, not just the Americas though.
Yeah, I know
Right?
the origin is the Americas.
No, it's no such thing, bro. Listen,
Yes,
listen.
sir.
When you classify being from one location, remember the inheritance was the earth, the whole thing.
Yeah, but and it was divided though, correct? It was divided though, right? The Most High, or whatever you want to
It's
call
not
them,
divided.
divided the
It's
lands
not
amongst different tribes and nations.
Right, it's not divided now. It's just an
Yeah.
illusion that it's divided. It's theater. It's theatrics, like Sister Soul said.
Oh, it's divided, King.
No.
Whoever controlled the land may not be the original controllers, but it's still divided. Now, the borders may not be the same as it used to be. The borders are moving on a regular basis. The naming constantly changing.
Okay. Let me try to show it to you like this. Okay, like Turkey, the Ottoman Empire, right? The Ottoman Empire, right? It just suffered like 27 major earthquakes back to back, right? Man is saying that it's CERN. Is the operation machine, weather machine of CERN. CERN did that. No, CERN can't do that, right? Mankind, don't matter what organization you belong to, Mother Earth determines who succeeds and who plunders, right? Right? Who gets the death sentence, right? And right, you go over here to South America where Big JC statue is, that got a facelift by two strikes of lightning, and then they received the mudslide, right? The mud flood, right? See, this is the thing. All these titles, right? And people want to be a part of these man-made religions and groups and shit. That means nothing. It's all about who did the affliction against Mother Earth. Mother Earth is going. Go ahead, y'all got it. My bad. I don't mean to be long.
Nah, keep going. Let it go.
You was going in, Beast. You was going in, brother.
I mean, we know this though, you know, and I don't want to feel like I'm teaching because I'm not. I'm just trying to give a perception, right? Mother Earth is going to have the final say, right? It's just like a dog with fleas, right? Right? She tired of these fleas. She's tired of these parasites. She's tired of these bloodsuckers, right? And it don't matter what the color of their skin is, right? Their sins to Mother Nature, not to mankind, their sins to Mother Nature, she's going to repay it, right? Whether it's a sinkhole, whether it's volcanic eruption, whether it's a tornado, whether it's a tsunami, however it come, right? Right? She got a way of making people disappear. Not just in sight, but in memory. You see what I'm saying?
Like I said, man, I understand what you're saying. Don't get me wrong. I understand what you're saying. I understand all the different things Mother Earth produce. That does harm to man. But we read about these things recent times. And our ancestors never really wrote much about people dying in hurricanes or people dying in mudslides. Not saying it didn't happen. So I'm saying I don't have enough information on the topic to say that it's something that Mother Nature's doing to particular people, or there's something that is done by design, you know? So I can't comment on that. You know what I mean?
Well, Sister Soul, you know, she's actually a pretty good account holder when it comes to the signs of the stars and the moon and the sun and all of that there, right? And those signs predict the attitude of Mother Nature.
Yeah,
right?
I understand.
Now,
I understand the different things that are go through when moving different jurisdictions. I understand that.
Right. Now, those volcanic eruptions, right, that's been taking place, you know, those same volcanoes that they said was asleep or dead or whatever the case, right? And they're erupting all over the globe, right? Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Right? It's awoke. Right now, as we speak. Right, these people trying to poison the rivers and the waters and the streams and the lakes with these felonious insurance claims for crashing these trains and burning the content, bro. They're not gonna win, bro.
That's more CME flashes from the sun too.
Yeah, they're having these railroad derailments because they, like you said, they're cashing those insurance policies in and bonds, because there's so many bonds that people had their ancestors that passed them down that people aren't even aware of in these areas. So now they're going to be able to cash in on these railroad bonds and everything once they have these places evacuated. Keep that in mind. This is intent and purpose.
So you think they're going to take the land?
They're taking the funding. They're taking the bond.
Yeah.
And all the railroad certificates that these people's ancestors have left them that they haven't been able to claim because they're unaware of it. They're cashing in using the insurance because now they have a way to say they have to cash in on the insurance because of destitution in the area. It's a game.
That's why we emphasize on this public and private. It's real detrimental.
Facts. See, they time is up. When you hear the goddesses talk about those treaties being up, those treaties is not made with man. It's not made with a colonizer. Those treaties were made. Those were the payments for the curses that we withdrew from Mother Nature. Right? We went to go chase after the seduction, the wine, the drink, the sexual behaviors, the adultery, the fornication, right? We went to go chase after they shit, right? So the curses was placed upon the people. That time is up. Those curses is up. So guess what? Now it's time to pay the piper. We think we see blood sacrifices. You ain't seen shit yet.
So basically, those on nostalgia, right?
Huh?
So you're saying it's all based on astrology, the thing that go karma or whatnot?
Well,
Of
see,
the
we
things
keep
you
thinking we people. We let these people tell us that we people. We vegetation, bro.
Say that again?
We're vegetation.
We're agriculture.
Agriculture. Yes, ma'am. Say that. That's us. We're part of the vegetation. Right? We got dominion over all
That's right. They
things,
have us
bro.
down at agriculture. Literally.
We're not some monster. We wasn't created with gene splicing and sexual immortality, bro. We was created on purpose. With a purpose of being what? Gods and goddesses. You don't get no
earth.
oxygen without no trees.
To till this earth. When you think about the treaties, like I said, that's the tree and removal, because the trees, once they remove, this is how they're able to start certain things on the land by building and constructing, reconstruction, removing and rebuilding, all of that stuff. The trees is definitely the oxygen, it's the life, it's the air that we breathe. That's why when they came here, they were like, oh my gosh, the air is so pure here. Oh my gosh, the waters are so pure. Because why? Our lands were so pure, and the water is purified by the natural earth. And the trees give us the oxygen in the air, the same air that we breathe. We all a part of that. And then if they can compromise us, it compromises everything around us. That's why we have to be stronger in our mind, in our spirits, and in our body. You know, being more purified.
Facts.
Because that's what purifies the earth. We contaminate ourselves, and then we are part of the earth, and the atmosphere, the ionosphere is inside of us. The universe is inside of us. So we're all connected to it because we're all a part of the same ether. So if you don't have your ether in order or in proper tact, where you can use it and know how to actually have control over your energy and know how to harness it the correct way, these people doing it for you. They're using you. They're manipulating you through alchemy. They're changing certain things, mechanisms in your body and everything, your mentality, through the water, the air, the food. So now if you're not taking the control over that stuff, they're able to manipulate more, not only the atmosphere and the earth, they're manipulating us, which coincides with these things. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? Man, I don't want to keep up with it. It's just crazy. It's so sad.
No. Yeah. Bring it out. Now, I want to give you, I want to give you something you can see, right? I want to give you something that you can put a visual on, right? So, and I'm still learning myself, right? So I'm not no teacher, right? Negro, right? The female or the goddess name for Negro is Nigra, Nigra. Nigra. You can go on any Google search. You can put in Nigra, Nigra, in South America. Hit enter, then hit images. Right? The first thing that's going to pop up is a tortoise. Images of tortoise. The next thing that's going to pop up is berries, fruits, and vegetables of vegetation. The next thing that's going to pop up is some vision of what we call North America, United States of America, colonized territories, right? Mexico and South America. This is what you call Tortoise Islands. Then what's going to also pop up, right? And this is my favorite, and I got this from Original Copper Empress, but I'm gonna show you how America is the goddess, right? Because the Lina Niagara, right? The Lina, Linea, Niagara, Nigra. It gives you a photo of pregnant goddesses with the little dark line that goes beyond the belly button. You know what I'm saying? Goes the equator, as Sister Soul called it one time, right? That it's a dark line when a woman is conceiving, right? Right. This is all in the images, right? It's called the Lino Niagara, right? It's the dark line that goes beyond the belly button, right? Man, it's so powerful. It was so amazing. And I just wanted to share. I'm not teaching anything. I just wanted to give people a visual that when we say Tortoise Island, when we say that we are part of vegetation, when we say this is the matriarchs, this is Mother Earth, I wanted you to get the visual, right? I wanted you to have the same, if not the similar experiences that I had when I first laid eyes on it, because I was able to give that to my children. And that's what I call future wealth for the future, right? Right, because without y'all, I would never even look this way, right? I would never been able to compare that and line that up with Negro land on the old maps. I would never been able to find Niagara River, right? I would just be saying the hell with Pan Africans, right? And it's still the hell with Pan Africans, but still, right? Right. I need to know the truth, and through our disagreements, some of the arguments, some of the fightings, the truth is there, right? We just don't need all the silliness, right? We need to be excited. We need to be eager to hear the next person's experience and explanation. But I land there. Salute.
Salute. Definite facts.
Hey, shout out to Beast Mode. Excellently said, brother. Much respect to everybody. Y'all got it. I'm driving.
Yeah, so everything is like, they try to put it outside of us, right? It's not only so much just the lands, but mentally and everything, even us. That's why all that religion tries to place us outside of us, because everything is in us. We're part of everything, and everything is within us. So if we're demised, then, and when our spirit is down, so on and so forth, because we're not in the right energy or on the perfect frequency of knowing who we are and, living in that, they keep manipulating it. So we got to stay so much stronger, guys. We got to know that everything is inside us. We have the power. We have the strength. We are the strength. Shit, we are the power. We are the law, the living word, like fact. Soon as you came out your mom's belly, coming down that canal, that's the canal that you traveled. They always talk about these canals. You came out your mom's canal. You came into this light, from that protected living waters that grew you into, from the star seed, the crystal light being that you are. We are crystal light beings. So when you're coming and you're developed in your mom's womb, and then you come into the light, that light coming into the light, that's like, phenomenal. And we're a part of everything that makes this universe shake. We the movers and the shakers. But we got to know that. We have to know within ourselves. We don't have that power and that energy to act on those things, because mentally you don't have the strength to know who you are. And they keep demising us so that we're not able to act upon that. We're the ones that make the changes. And it can only start in the mind, governing our mind, so that it's not governed by anything else, to be able to, create the balance to know what to do and to know which way to move.
Facts. So this trust law is sister, so by your thought process, is this more with the paperwork with the establishment or the government, or is this more with the trust established amongst the people?
The trust that's established amongst your individual self and your family. It's a protection. It's a shield. It's like having a shield, to protect yourself from, your armor. It's your armor, protecting yourself from everything, and making sure that you have a governance over your tribe, your family, your nation, that you need to protect, that you want to protect.
So doing the paperwork behind that,
when you have it set up, then it's the ruler. It is the higher law.
Right. So doing the paperwork with oh, mic check.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So doing the paperwork with the establishment, that's just more like a based insurance, if you will, by doing the UCC, the trust, and the that's not really
just
my
to
language,
clarify, brother.
but I've heard
just to clarify real quick, because you said that, Beast. I never mentioned the UCC one. I never mentioned that. Just to clarify, not one time.
Okay.
You know, not one time. The trust has nothing to do with doing it. You can do the UCC with the trust, you know, and you know, go with that under that if you want to operate with them, but you don't have to do that UCC. That's totally different. The trust is your, like I said, that's your shield, that's your protector. That's authorizing everything and controlling or the governance of your family, your tribe. That's what the trust is.
Right. Because I'll just share a little light on mine. With my trust, I was doing what they call a poor man's copyright, and a signature of leisure, right? Having it looked over by attorneys, and then put into a living will, and then into a bank or a trust, but a personal bank or a personal trust, not like a bank, like a corporation.
Mm-hmm. So the will should have been done before the trust, and with your Schedule A, did you do that? You know, there's an order, a certain order that you need to do it. Yeah, there's a certain order in which to do it to make sure that your paperwork is officiated correctly. You know how you have to do things in a certain order. The will needs to be done before the trust, so that that it can be up under the trust.
Correct. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Yes, we got a will for the heirs of our children, and then we also have a living will, right? And then is even corresponding with like with our what they call life insurance, but it's not really life insurance. It's death insurance, but we got it to where we got living life insurance. You see what I'm saying? Where you can actually borrow against the equity of the claim, if you will.
Correct.
Like a hardship or something like that.
Yes.
Yes. But
because the life insurance is just like a CD, just like a CD.
Right.
Yeah, that trust is your power, though. That's your governance. That's literally like the governor of your state, you. So it's powerful.
And you know what else I found interesting? I didn't know Big Mama and them was the attorneys of the family.
That's right, the lawgivers.
They was actually
the
I
governors.
thought they was just going to church and shit, right?
They're the governors.
They was making deals.
That's right.
That was crazy. I just found this out literally.
They were the ones giving the when the moms were doing that, and when we had to control the mothers, right? The big mamas were having the control, and then they would instruct the warriors or the soldiers to enact them. You know, basically to do what they needed done the correct way, the governance of so on and so forth. It talked about how I think maybe about a year and a half ago, it was a bill on when it was talking about the governance.
Wow.
Governance was set up over here. I don't remember the name of it. I think he was in the chat. Beast Mode. Do you remember I did a build on it? And it was showing how the governance. It said that the seniors, the moms, were the governors, and it was saying how everything was set up. I can't remember how everything was set up, but it was literally showing everything and how our governance was already here. And then they came in and moved us out. And you remember that? It was a while ago, maybe a year and a half. Yeah. So if that's the proof, that was solidified proof even in that book, showing that we had a system and governance set up already over the land, and each area had their governance, and the elders ruled it. The mamas.
Facts. And also, in addition to, if you can, this is for all the youth, this is for all the so-called elders. If you want to do your genealogy, man, go find those photo albums. Go find those photo albums. If the libraries are still intact, find those libraries, because in those books, right, or in those journals or in those diaries, right? You might find your land deeds. You might find your land patents. You might find the bank statement. You might find the code to a lockbox somewhere. You might find, right, in the old television sets, bro, like coins, like real, like I found a lot of stuff. So I got a damn stamp, you know, a postage stamp.
Mm-hmm.
It's in like the things that they put like the rubies or the cubes, or it's like one of the first postage stamps with our people on it.
Oh wow, I'd like to see that, brother.
Yeah, it's like one of the first. Let me see, what year is that from? Damn. Let me see.
I got a couple of those old 2-cent stamps and the global ones. Some very, very, very old ones. Those are the oldest stamps I have.
Okay.
I collect stamps too, certain stamps.
Yeah.
And coins, guys. If you guys have like family coins, oh my gosh, that's another
Yes,
thing
ma'am.
y'all
Say
need to
that.
be aware
Please
of.
say that.
Those family
Please say
coins,
that.
if you got coins that people been saving, your ancestors, oh, I just, we've been saving these change. Don't get rid of that change. This is why they have all these coin places like in Walmart, where you go to Coinstar, put your coins in to get the money. They want all that valuable money. There's so many coins that are worth so much money, guys. There are pennies that are worth like $500,000 literally right now. You can have it in your pocket and don't even know it. There are quarters, nickels, dimes, Indian head nickels, certain things, certain dollars even that are worth so much money. Old money is worth money. That's why money and stuff too, especially if you got the ones with the silver certificates. Those can be used on certificate and bonds that you create, believe it or not, a silver certificate.
Yes. And
if y'all don't want to do it, let me know. Y'all got some old coins, let me know. I'll grab them up and I'll pay you for them. I'll be searching all the time.
And even if there's not a monetary denomination for the worth of the coin, look, it's $1.65. $1.65 of coins that was printed before the 1970s mint, right, has, I want to say, 40% silver in those nickels, dimes. So $1.25, you have you a 1 ounce silver coin once it's melted down and minted.
And
right?
before 64, they're a lot of them are 90% silver. Silver dollars.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
and
ma'am.
some of them are 100% silver if it was a proof coin. So be very careful when you get in coins to look at, especially the quarters. 1965 and before quarters.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You get you 4 of those quarters. Come on now. That's pure silver. Look at these dates on these coins, guys. Look on them for different marks, or like double, if they have like double writing where you can see like a shadow behind the letter of like "In God We Trust" or any of those things. These are defects that that will bring you money just on it being a defect.
Yep.
Literally. We got to be on everything, y'all. We can't let nothing pass by us. Definitely with them coins. Make sure you checking that.
At all. And then they also have, dang, what's the name of that site, Sister Soul? You probably heard of it. It's like a government site. So like if your mother or your father or even your grandparents, if they had like some money or check or something that was
unclaimed money.
To them, huh?
Yeah, unclaimed money. Absolutely.
Unclaimed money. Yep. There you go. There you go.
Yep. You could put their names in there, grandmother, grandfather, and pull it up in there. If there's unclaimed money under their names, you can actually claim that.
Big facts. Big facts.
It'd be so much that we be leaving on the table and we're not aware of. It's so crazy.
Yes, ma'am. Property. They probably even got some checks that you didn't even know you had. You put your own name in there.
You ain't lying.
Right?
And with these things, when you talking about the railroad, these railroad bonds and stuff, y'all may have bonds in your name and you're not even aware of through these railroad companies and
collecting
things,
money.
depending
Just
on where
collecting money. Yep.
just collecting money. And what they gonna do is cash in on it if ain't nobody got it in so long. They're like, oh, they don't know nothing about it. Let me find a way. That's why they doing, like I said, they doing all these crashes and stuff. I believe it has a whole bunch to do with it. Not to mention the genocide because of the chemical that's in the air that they used in World War I to kill people. So they know it's a killer chemical.
Facts.
It's so sick.
And all of those wills and trusts, one thing about them, they have to be claimed. Right? So if
By
you
a
were
rightful
unaware,
owner.
yes. Yes, they have to be claimed. They're not going to notify you. It's just going to go to the government.
That's right. They'll be in probate once you gone and you ain't. Oop, they gone now. They ain't come and claim it. It's up for grab. Now they got your stuff. While you've been struggling all this time, once you done deceased, they got these lawyers in the probate court arguing over your stuff, arguing over what belongs to you. They put they bids in like shit. I want dibs on this. That's what happened. Yeah. Gotta have control, guys. We got to be smarter. We got to move better. We got to move. Have enough sense in us to do the right things because we can't let these people keep doing what they want to do to us, the manipulations and the lies and the treachery. No, enough's enough.
Yeah.
Yes, brother. Well, it's been a great bill, brother. I appreciate you. I don't know when AP TV gonna come in and close this out, but real quick, I appreciate you and the chat and everybody else that was listening.
Yes, ma'am. Always a pleasure. This is so delightful. Always. And more power to you. Are you doing a live today or no?
Say that again, brother. Let me mute. I think this thing.
You going live today or no?
I want to, brother. What's crazy is it's like every time I get ready to, sometimes something going on with the computer. I definitely keep your thing up just in case, brother, because I sure plan to. I want, even if I did a short one, maybe you can hop up with me. We can go over some of this stuff because that would be good.
Okay.
All right.
No worries.
Peace.
Yes, ma'am. Salute.
Salute.
Big dog, you still there? Darvis? If not, I'm gonna do my best to close this out. Well, on behalf of Ghost Aboriginal TV, I would like to say thanks for tuning in. If you haven't did so already, please hit that like button, share this out, subscribe, support the channel. Feel free. And want to send a big shout out to God of the Geechies for just allowing this platform and allowing this time for us to come up and say our pardons. Until next time, let it be the best time. Much love. One.